She also is the mother. She's also a wife, and she's a mother of two boys. Two boys. I don't know how old they are, but she can talk about that a little bit. So I want to thank her for joining joining me today. And actually, what we're going to talk about today is, just how she got started in being an entrepreneur and how she feels that everybody needs to have, a side hustle and, just as the importance of work-life balance. Because obviously, when you're building a business, it pretty much any entrepreneur, even just being an employee in general, you can always get your life out of whack and out of focus, So she's going to talk about some of the things that she has implemented to actually give her the work-life balance. So thank you, Kimberly Joy. The floor is yours. And actually, I'm getting ready to drop out, so you may not be able to see me, but you'll still be on. So
okay. All right. So I started as in college with a degree in drama, communication, performance, wanted to go into acting. My dad gave me the best advice ever. He said, go work for a corporation for a couple of years and then go into your arts. Let's be a smart artist. And so I worked for a company called Ernst & Young as a management consultant for about 2.5 years. And while it was great experience, I did not enjoy being in corporate America. I've actually taken some tests, and it states that I probably should be an entrepreneur because of the way in which where I fall as far as my ability to lead and to do what I do. So I'm glad that I took a step out and started acting. And one of the things that I did the most was really working in the theater. And I did film and commercial work for a while. And then I had my child, and my oldest, who is now 13. And I realized that the theater life was not for me. That being an entrepreneur in the arts is completely different than coming out and starting your own business in some ways, but you're still marketing yourself. You're still having to go out on auditions. At that time, we didn't have social media. So it was a lot of resume drops and, agents and all of that. But I realized that the theater life wasn't really what I wanted to do full time with kids, because it didn't afford me the opportunity to really raise him. So I had kind of a nanny and an auntie that I call now, and she would come to the theater and she would feed him and do all that. And I'd see him for a few minutes, and I realized this wasn't the life that I wanted to live. So I got out, and I didn't know if I wanted to go back to corporate America, but with a child, I was like, I want to stay home. I want to have flexibility. And group fitness instructing, and she gave me flexible schedule, but it really wasn't in a sense, money in that, and it was a lot of work. And so I decided to retool and go back to school to get certified as a health coach and a life coach. And that's really when my business took off. It was when I started having really understanding my passion and my purpose and what I wanted to do and how I wanted to help people. And it became, and not in a sense easy, it's very hard. So that's kind of in a nutshell how I went from corporate America into more of a what we call entrepreneur lifestyle. Uh-oh, I can't hear you, Mike. You came back and I don't hear you.
Actually, I put myself on mute, so that's my fault. So actually, as far as your transition, what type of, issues and problems did you run into? Because obviously, it's not really easy to start a business. So in the beginning, what type of things did you implement as far as just, just finances and time? Did you have a schedule? How does that work out?
You mean as far as, I'm trying to clarification question, when I left corporate America and went into acting as an entrepreneur, or when I decided to start the business that I currently have?
When you actually left corporate America.
Okay. Yeah, that, I wish I had been smarter. I was in my late 20s, or actually mid 20s, when I left corporate America. I was making close to $100,000 a year as a management consultant. My husband and I, we really didn't have what I would say a plan, which is stupid, but it was what it was. And that I knew that he made enough. And we always, this one thing I would tell people, and everybody's household is different, but we always worked where we relied on my husband's, and we still to this day, we never buy a home more than what he can afford. We never buy a car more than what his salary will afford. So what happens is if I need to come out or step out, do something more with the family, what I make is a bonus to the family. So had hindsight being 2020, I would have taken about a year and a half, because I made the decision about a year and a half into working for the company. So it was about another year before I actually left. I would have taken the time to truly, truly, truly save that entire year's salary and then go into what I was doing. But we were young and dumb. We were like, okay, we can do it. We haven't, you can just, and we didn't save the way we needed to. But that was a rude awakening. But what it does is when you're broke, you're hungry. So I wasn't broke in the sense of we weren't worried about where our food was coming from. We weren't worried about any of those things. But what we were concerned about was, like my extra spending change, the things like that I had to, that I wanted to use. So for me, I started really hustling as an actor. So I was like, I can't rely on, a paycheck coming in every 2 weeks. So when you're broke, you're hungry, you go and you do some of the things that maybe you wouldn't do if you were comfortable. So I, got agents. I had in Arizona, you're allowed to have more than one agent. So I had a couple agents. I was doing independent films, and then we moved to Minneapolis, which was like pay dirt for an actor because it's number 2 behind New York. So that's when I started going out on multiple auditions, getting multiple agents again, doing commercial work, and so it made me hungry to do what I wanted to do. So that was the initial transition. And then as I started realizing, and I was people were now calling me, I was getting work, I was requested, it became easier. So that was kind of my transition. So I say, if anyone can save and do what you need to do, but if you don't, understand that being broke makes you hungry and you go after what you want.
Yeah, that's true. I know a lot of people actually talk about, as far as just putting themselves in uncomfortable situations, because obviously, sometimes people don't want to leave their job because it's good. They get the paycheck every week. They have, health insurance benefits and
exactly.
All that. And, sometimes you need to put yourself, in an uncomfortable situation where, you actually have to, perform. But, obviously, you still have bills, and especially if you have other responsibilities like, a family and kids.
Correct.
And stuff. So you really just can't drop it and quit. But actually, I want to touch on something else as well, where you actually said you took tests. So what type of test did you take that actually indicated that you should be an entrepreneur?
What was the test called? There was one, it's not the Myers-Briggs, and I'm sitting here, I'm trying to remember and what I can do if it doesn't come to my brain right now. There was one that the Harrison report, that's what it's called. That's the Harrison report. And so, literally most CEOs and entrepreneurs score about 89% in a particular category on this Harrison evaluation. I was 98%. So the coach who took that, she was just like, you don't ever need to work for anybody else. She was just like, you're frozen. Okay. So, yeah.
Yeah. So, actually it froze up a little bit. So basically, do you think that, I guess, just a regular employee or just a regular person actually needs to take a test to be an entrepreneur? Do you think that entrepreneurship is in everybody or anybody? Do you think anybody can be an entrepreneur?
I think that everyone has a passion and a place in which they thrive, and that they can push themselves, and they have skills that they can give. But I don't know if an entrepreneur life is for every person, but I do believe that everyone has something that they're supposed to give and do. It is a very difficult life. People think, oh, you got your own schedule, you can, you're your own boss, you do this. But you have to be very, 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 very disciplined. You also have to be a visionary, and you have to know how to execute. And that can be frustrating. Some people don't actually have that skill set, and that's okay, because a cheetah isn't a fish and a fish isn't a cheetah, and that. So
what would you recommend for somebody that actually wanted to get started? Just having a side hustle. Let's say they're not really, fully wanting to become an entrepreneur, but, they kind of want to have, something on the side, like instead of going to get a part-time job, because I know a lot of people, you think, they have their, their full-time job, and then they want to make extra money and they get a part-time job. So, first off, what is a side hustle, and how can somebody start one? if they're still an employee?
Okay, well, there are lots of different ways. If you are a person who really is great at photography, right? You don't have to make that your full-time job. In fact, sometimes I tell people it's more intriguing when something is your part-time thing because you enjoy it more and you're not putting all your eggs in that particular basket. So photography is your thing. Start saying, hey, on the weekends and at night, maybe doing, one client or one person a night and maybe book 3 people on a weekend. That's a side hustle, right? Or if you are, someone who enjoys making something and selling it, you can do that as well. And you can look at vending events and if you're a baker or you're a jewelry maker or whatever, those are the things that you can see as far as arts. Or even if you're an actress and you're like, I don't want to quit my full-time job, but I want to do some, commercial work. So you have to make sure you have a flexible job that will allow you to go to auditions or things like that. The other thing is that sometimes people they have a bad taste in their mouth when they hear like multi-level marketing. But I will tell people that if you find the right business that you really love a product, then that is a way to start a business and see if see if actually business is for you, because you have to implement all the skills in whatever that area is to see. And if you're good at it and you're able to, talk to people and show them the value of that product, it, makes a difference.
Yeah, that makes sense. So let me apologize to you guys if you hear noise in the background. I'm actually outside and I am close to actually an ice skating rink. So I think they actually have the ice machine actually where they smooth the ice and all that stuff. So I think they just turned that on, which I don't know why, because there's nobody over there on the park. So I thought I picked a nice quiet location, and Kimberly told me she had actually she can hear wind and stuff in the background too. So just excuse me for the noise real quick. And but actually let's also talk about, I know that you said you would do things differently. So if you when you first got started, so if you were to do things differently, I know you touched on a little bit as far as you talked about saving, you would have saved a little more money and everything like that. So I mean, I guess just if you were to go back and start over, what type of things would you implement? Would you start a different business? What would you do if you had to start all over?
Well, I think part of it is just in learning, and when I started doing things, we didn't have the internet like people do now. I think starting a business now is the easiest time because there are people teaching courses on anything and everything that you want to do. If you want to be a speaker, you have courses on how to, become a speaker and book jobs. If you want to be a writer, there are courses on that. If you want, whatever you want to do, you can find it. But at that time, there really wasn't. It's like you really had to either have a full-time mentor. And I think that's one of the things that I would have looked for is someone who, but I have to say, I really do give myself credit. I always did have mentors in different areas of my life, but I never had like a business mentor or someone who was going where I wanted to go, because we didn't have the visibility like we do now, where you see someone on social media or you, like that, where you understand what people are doing with their lives, because we didn't live like that, right? Like I'm talking about 1999, 2000, 2005. This wasn't a thing that we're doing like we are right now. And so I don't really know if there's anything else that I could have done besides save money and have more of a cushion to be able to do that, and to maybe find some more resources. And the other thing I would say I would have done more is read more in the area that I wanted to go into business-wise. But at the time as an artist, I was reading, I was investing in classes for my art and for my craft, but it wasn't necessarily in a business sense. So that came later in life, in investing in things like B School and other courses that helped me to grow along the way in what I'm doing now currently.
And then I know a lot of you guys may be thinking, she said, get a mentor, and there's some people may be thinking, well, I don't have enough money for a mentor to go out and look for a mentor. But the thing is, some people will actually do it for free. You can kind of, bargain with them, or, you can say, well, I'll help you do this if, you show me exactly. Because there was actually a story that I read. It might have been Robert Kiyosaki in Rich Dad, Poor Dad, where he actually talked about where he actually went in and he helped, I guess it was his neighbors, I think it was his neighbors or his best friend's dad. And his dad was, owned his business. So he kind of just hung around him. And just by hanging around him, he learned, different aspects about entrepreneurship and, running a business, being a business owner, the ins and outs and everything like that. But still, there's also, if you really still can't find anybody on that aspect, you can also, just like Kimberly said, read books, because books can be your mentor as well. As far as just, different authors and, whatever your particular task is. Like she was saying, she wished she could go back and, or if she did go back, she would actually, read things more specifically on the specific topic or, the task that she or the niche that she was in. So that is another thing that you guys can do as well. So actually, let's talk about you being, because you wrote your own, was it play or film, or how did that work?
Yeah, it was a one-woman show.
Produced it, and you were an actress in it. So what exactly was that like? Was that like, because when I think of that, I think of something like, Tyler Perry, and everything like that. So
that's kind of, it was my senior honors thesis in college. And then as time progressed, I wanted to enhance the play. And I got a grant, and this was when I was living in Minneapolis, and got a grant to go to New York and do more research. And I kind of expanded the characters, changed some characters, added characters. And then I shot the play in a couple of theaters in Minneapolis, and one of them, called the Pillsbury House Theater, picked it up. And they said that they would co-produce it with me. And that was, pretty exciting. And it was a one-woman show. I played over 13 different characters and was directed by Dr. Tanya Pettiford-Waits, who she's a Broadway actress and director, and she's amazing. Came in and did that. And that show actually won what we call the Ameriprize Ivy Award, which is the Tonys of Minneapolis. So that city has its own award ceremony and the Ivy Award. So I was actually the first recipient of the Ivy Award when it started out in 2004.
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
So as far as your, and you also wrote a book. Do you want to explain, what your book is about, how that came about and everything?
Sure. Yeah. So I wrote a book called Share the Joy, 52 Weeks to Abundant Health. That book actually came out of tragedy in May 3rd of 2018. My 53-year-old cousin died suddenly at the gas station from complications from the medication he was taking for gout. And as a health coach and someone who knows that lifestyle, gout is a lifestyle disease. You pretty much eat your way into it, unfortunately. And as someone who wanted to help people understand how to change their health. A lot of times we get into situations and the doctor says, oh, well, your cholesterol's high or your blood pressure's high or something's going on. You don't know what to do and how to change your lifestyle. Like it's very difficult to say, I've had 35 years of these habits or 45 years of these habits, and now you want me to change them, but you're not giving me a roadmap to do that. So I wrote Share the Joy, 52 Weeks to Abundant Health, to give people a week-by-week roadmap to make those changes. And so it's kind of synthesized information, but it's very detailed, impactful. I mean, every chapter could be a book in and of itself, but I wanted to give it so that people were able to chew on it and really implement those things into their lives. And if you really do one thing at a time and keep building on each practice, you will change your health in a year, for sure.
And that's something that I also want to touch on, because I was with my wife. She does a lot of stuff with, health coaching and health and everything. So that's something that is, well, even to me, because I do not like taking, medications from the doctor. I mean, I'm not telling you guys to do that. I mean, obviously, everybody's personal life is, different. But obviously, she made a key point as far as, changing your lifestyle and how you eat and all that stuff. And I think the medical realm and the medical world is actually, medical doctors are really not, I guess, debriefed on what to tell patients and everything like that. So you really do have to do your own research. So it'll be interesting to actually just get and, look and just see what Joy is actually talking about in her book. That way you can obviously begin to implement some of those things in your life as well. And I guess just as far, I mean, how do you do all this stuff? As far as you're a mom, you're a writer, you're a producer, you wrote a book, you wrote a play, producer. I mean, how do you just manage your time? I mean, do you have a schedule that you go by every day? I know we touched a little bit on that, but as far as, I mean, what type of things do you do to make sure that just you spend time with your family, you also have time for not just one business, but different areas, or different businesses, and then your friends and stuff as well. So
yeah, well, I think it's about priorities, and for me, my family is my priority. I mean, God first for me is number one. Like, that's just so. I make sure when I wake up in the morning that even if it's just a verse or a chapter or something that I'm reading, that I'm centering and saying, okay, Lord, I want to understand what you have to say. Sometimes it's more in-depth study, sometimes it's quick, but that grounding in the morning is really what starts my day off. And then I prioritize, my kids, getting them off to school. Then it's working out. So people don't realize, like, I really don't start my business workday usually until somewhere around 10 o'clock. Now, I do work later in the day, but I don't start usually I focus on what needs to happen first with my family and myself, so that I'm good for everyone else. And then I schedule clients and I have that going on. And, I do work with a planner. I use electronics to, like, make quick notes, but I use old-fashioned pen and paper I have a really great planner that I use. I've used many different kinds, and I found one that I absolutely love. And so that helps me to visualize. I do a lot of, like, off in the way distance, 20 years, what do I want to see for my life? Because I'm trying to make decisions today that will impact what I want to see in 20 years. So, there was a time when I was working out really hard and I realized I was hurting my joints. And I was like, I want to be able to walk around this lake when I'm 90. I don't need to do this. I don't need to change what I'm doing. And so I make decisions today to hopefully affect tomorrow. And so work-life balance for me is important, to have times that you shut things off. When my kids come in from school, I don't care what's going on. I shut down the work. I help them with their homework. I get them, and then I'll pick back up in the evening. So it really is about, for me, prioritizing those individuals and friends and things more than stuff, because that stuff is going to happen, and it's going to occur. But I know I've listened enough to older people and sat under their wisdom to hear that they never say, oh, I wish I had worked longer. I wish I had worked harder. They're usually, I wish I had spent more time with these people. And so I've really tried to take that to heart and to do just that, and spending more time, if I can, quality with individuals. Because I am a person who tends to be a workaholic, and I can dig in really deep and kind of get tunnel vision on things. And so I have to pull myself out and say, no, these individuals, because I know this may sound cocky, but I can make $1 million tomorrow. Meaning, if I wanted to, I could shut everything down and I could do what I had to do to make that happen. But I only have 7 more years with my boys living in my house. So I have to say that if they leave in 7 years and then I take, 2 years to build, amass, wealth and this and that and the other, great, because now I have the time to do it. But if I do it now, or do something that sacrifices my time with them now, I can't get that back, and they may not like me in 7 years because I ignored them. So I put that at the forefront of my mind all the time. And so, I believe God allows me to build the business that I have at the speed that I have, that I enjoy, and to be successful at it and to do those things. But it is still by spending time with them.
Yeah, that's a good point. So pretty much you set up non-negotiables and you have priorities where you automatically make sure that whatever your top priorities, your high priorities, you make sure those things get done first, which is obviously a good way to live, and also, a good way to just make sure that the things that actually, need to get done. Because sometimes, especially, being an entrepreneur, we have so much, I guess, well, I won't say free time, but I mean, we do have a lot more time where we can manage our schedule. So if you don't manage your schedule and your time appropriately, then you'll end up, misusing it and abusing it. So, and that's one thing that she touched on as well is, as far as, you can always make money. I mean, even if you can make money, you can lose money. And just the fact that, you can get money back, but the thing is you cannot get time back. So time is our most valuable asset. So that's, make sure that you guys are managing your time. Make sure that there are certain things that need to get done. Make sure you do those first in the day.
Yes,
and I know Kimberly actually wanted to give out a free something. I don't want to give out, let her tell you what exactly she's going to give away, but you can go ahead and talk about that if you go ahead and talk about that now.
Sure. So one of the things that I do is as a health coach, I like people to understand priorities. This is a great segue into what I'm giving away. If you go to the link, I'm not sure where that's going to be for you, but the link that's in the comment section or wherever you're going to have that, Mike.
Yeah, I'm actually putting it in there now. So
okay, so there's a link that's going to go in there, and it's going to take you to a page on my website about Let's Get Started. You're going to get a PDF that is what I call a circle of importance, and then you're going to get a link to a video to watch how to fill this circle of importance out. And this is very important because it's going to show you where you're spending your time, like where you think your emphasis is or what's important to you. You're going to fill in first between 4 different categories of spirituality, so religion, whatever you consider. For me, it's Jesus and God and the Holy Spirit. That's my center. But for whomever is watching this, it's your center, whatever that is. It doesn't have to be, because that may not be the most important thing to you. But if it is, that would go in the center of the circle. And then the other 3 areas would be relationships, career, and physical activity. Now, physical activity doesn't have to just be working out. It could be painting, it could be poetry, it could be bowling, it could be whatever, gardening. It's things that you do with yourself, kind of hobbies and physical activity. And those things get written in as to who's important. You can either put names or categories, groups, whatever it is. Then when you do that, you're going to place certain times around how much you spend. And that, when I explain it in the video, you'll understand more. It's going to help you to actually see where you're off balance. And then we call that primary food, those 4 areas. What am I eating? And when you're off balance or you're in disharmony, what happens is you find yourself eating a lot of secondary food or using things like drugs and alcohol and other things to cope because your primary food isn't feeding you the most. And so if I have a thing where I say, if I say I love God, but I have 0 time, I'm not doing anything that's related to my spirituality, or if I say I love my husband and we spend 0 time together, then that's a disconnect in my primary food. And so that's where you start understanding what that is. So this little exercise, which you'll get this free gift, is a video course on that. And the next thing that for those individuals that sign up between today and next Friday, Black Friday, by the end of Black Friday, I will take all of those names in a drawing and you'll get my book that's signed copy along with a 30-minute one-on-one session, coaching, health coaching, life coaching session with me.
That's awesome. So you guys need to click on the link and do it. I'll go ahead and opt in and get all of the freebies that she is giving away. I mean, and even if you don't win the prize, because also there's only going to be one person that actually wins, still you get valuable information that can actually change your life. I mean, if you looked at the comments in the post, or actually the post itself, what I actually put in the comments and everything, as far as just the fact that her book actually saved somebody's life. So obviously you are actually getting valuable information from an expert in the field. So actually I know you got to jump off real quick. So I want to ask you one more question. I always ask my guests this: if you were to have one superpower, what would it be and why?
That's a good question to put me on the spot. Okay. Superpower. I think I would love to read people's minds. And I think the reason why is because it would help me to relate to them better. I really love relational connection with people. And for me to be able, not in the sense of like, if they're saying something bad, so, because I'm the kind of person that lets things roll. I'm like, not everyone's going to be my fan, but to be able to really understand what's at the heart and where somebody really is, as opposed to what they're saying, I think that would be a cool superpower, to be able to help them on a deeper level.
That's good. So thank you for joining me, and you guys go check out Kimberly. The link is actually in the comments below. Click on it, opt in, and just get the valuable information that she is giving away. Like I said, she is an expert in the field. She is a writer. She is a producer. And, even if you want to, just get some tips on, being a parent, she is that as well. So thank you, Kimberly, for joining me. And we will see you guys on the next one. And as always, an an object at rest stays at rest. Just as we talked about, just constantly be moving. Like you heard Kimberly say from the beginning of the interview, she was actually talking about how she just got started and how, she kept progressing. I mean, the first thing she did really wasn't, in corporate America. And then, she went on to, got into the arts, and then she obviously, wrote a book, did a play and everything like that. So just constantly be moving. I mean, you can't just always stay stagnant at your job. You can't be an employee forever. And then even if you are an entrepreneur, you still need to progress and move up. So an object at rest stays at rest. So always be moving. So thanks again, Kimberly. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
You have a wonderful rest of the day, and you guys too as well. Take care. Have a good one.
Blessings.
Hello. Hello, how's everybody doing? I'm trying to go live again for the third time. Let me see if I can invite Saba on now. Let's see. I saw the option to add friends. Let's see. So yes, we are live, and I'm just waiting for other people to join. I just invited Saba. Once she joins, I guess I can invite her on. Finally, hopefully. Yeah, we started out in Be Live, and then we went to Facebook Live on my laptop. So Be Live would not work. Actually, when I went to Be Live, there was I could hear her, but then she couldn't hear me. And then once she could hear me, I couldn't hear her. So then we went to Facebook, and I invited her to join the live. But for some reason, I couldn't invite her on the actual broadcast. So that was interesting. And I just invited her to this, but I'm not seeing anybody come on. So let me see if I can send her a message. Let's see. She may not be able to get it because she's probably on her phone. Yeah, no matter what, I mean, it just seems like yeah, you can get as early as ready or get ready, 15, 20 minutes in advance, and then you still have all these issues and everything. Yeah, I don't know what's going on because I cannot see anybody. Now I have one person that joined, and I cannot see the comments. Let me see if I can. So it looks like we finally may have this. I'm adding her now to my broadcast. So.
Hey.
Yeah, something pretty interesting, huh? We had to run around the whole world.
Jeez, that took forever. At least we figured it out.
Yeah, that's true. Persistence, that's something you got to have as an entrepreneur.
Oh,
right?
yeah, for sure. Well, I'm excited to be on here.
Yeah, I guess you probably don't have that much time now, so I don't know if you have another appointment or after this, or because I don't want to keep you too long.
No, I've got good 20-ish minutes. We can do it live. Yeah.
That's fine. So so everybody, just want to introduce Saba to you. So yeah, I guess you guys have seen the post. Actually, she just did a TEDx talk. And I don't know if she wants to explain anything, about that or go into detail about that, but I know that's pretty big because she's been posting it on her page and everything. So that's, I don't know, you can have the floor now. So
well, what is it? So I want to give the most value for your audience. So what is it right now that everyone's working on, or what focus can I talk about? Because I can talk about like a whole plethora of things with like branding, with marketing, with Instagram, with getting speaking engagements. Like, what is it that I can really focus on? Because just like I can tell my story, but I know that's going to take up a little bit of time. So I'll give a little bit background about myself, but then I want to really focus in on what your audience would find valuable of me talking about what specific thing.
Well, I know as far as scaling, that was just kind of, the introductory question, but I didn't know how long, of a detail, you were going to go into. But actually, my group is actually, I guess they're geared more towards scaling their agency. So I know as far as I know you do a lot of things with branding and everything. So I was actually just going to, I guess, kind of want you to, I guess, give an introductory as far as your background and everything. And then, kind of just lead into the detailed questions. So.
Yeah, for sure. So long story short, so I've probably been in the entrepreneurship space for about 3 years. It's only been about maybe a year and a half as I've been building up my own brand. And I actually started to work with clients about like 8 to 10 months ago now. So I met my mentor when I was a sophomore in college, which was about 3 years ago now. And I started to work alongside his companies. And pretty much what he was doing was helping other businesses build up their brands, get funding if it was like a startup type of company, and overall use marketing and PR to build up their brands on social media. So I learned a lot from my mentor working with big influential people. So I was like, okay, I kind of want to, tangent off and start building my own brand online. And as I was going through the process working with my mentor, I was also sharing posts and experiences as I would go to red carpet events and different events with Brandon and work with these people. So I would just be posting online, let alone I didn't know that I was, sharing my story. Like I was building my brand without even knowing it, which a lot of people do. So once I realized I was already doing that, I started to structure out more detailed with like content, how often I was posting, to share my experiences through college and building up this brand. And then fast forward a little bit, I got a lot interested in Instagram because like for my brand, it's very visual. I do like a lot of photo shoots. I have my brand Unforgettable. We have t-shirts. So I started to build that up on Instagram and people started to come with me asking for help. So I was like, okay, why not start helping people craft their story and their brand message on Instagram? So I started to do that about 8 to 10 months ago now. Started to do that for a little bit with like local businesses, entrepreneurs. And then it was more so that I had my, I had the knowledge on how to do it on Instagram, but I also had the entire macro knowledge of how to build out an entire brand story and message on social media in general. So that's when I kind of switched gears and now I'm helping other people to really build out their brand, focusing on, okay, what is their actual storyline and their message and how they can use that and position themselves in their specific industry, whether it's like e-commerce, affiliate marketing, running an agency, and how they can position themselves in that specific niche in that industry for them to become like the go-to person. So that's just like a little bit background about me. What I'm doing right now. So as far as people, so you said that your students, everyone in the group, are in the scaling stage, correct?
Yes, actually, my group is mostly geared toward new agency owners. So I'm trying to, I guess, document my process as far as how I start, from zero, because I'm still working on, my clients. I've done a lot of I've worked with clients, but I'm actually looking for my first paying clients. So actually, I just kind of want to scale. I just want to document how I scaled my agency. So it's kind of like, my group is a documentation as far as, how I went from 0 clients to, 1,000 clients, or, from $0 to, how many every, amount of dollars.
Yeah.
So, actually, right now, as I say, my group's, just, pretty much just getting, started out and everything. So I'm trying to, get into the habit of, interviewing people and just bringing, I guess, different, sources on, different entrepreneurs on that actually have been in the space for a while. And they're actually, performing pretty good. Because I think that you grew your, like you said, you've only been here a year and a half, and you're pretty big. I don't know, is that on my end or your end? I'm hearing some type of feedback or something.
It might be on your, I don't know. I hear it also. Yeah. I don't know where it's coming from, but I do hear it. Hopefully you can still hear me fine though. But yeah. So the entire documentation thing, that's like golden. That's literally how I built up my audience and my following the last year. So I just graduated from college this past May. So I actually documented my entire senior year of college by doing a daily Facebook Live. So that right there, when I was showing the entire process of me building up my brand Unforgettable, building up businesses, getting clients, that's how I actually built out my audience. So what you're doing right now is like perfect, because what people like to see is the actual process and how someone's going about building up something. Because for them, the audience that's watching us on the other side, they want to have a relatable factor. If all we're showing is just our successes and flashy things, they're going to be like, oh, that's cool, I want to get to that point. But there's no way they can relate to you because they're not at that point already. So the first thing is like, definitely when you are building up a brand, in any industry, it is sharing your story and the entire process of how you're going about it. And then when it comes more to like, okay, how you can turn that audience into clients, it's about constantly putting out value and actually showing them tactical things that they can start implementing in their business. Now, since for like this group and for you, it's an agency, when I first got my first couple of clients, depending once again what industry and niche you're in, for me, I was doing like social media management, like mainly with Instagram. I literally just went out to local businesses and got their business. I truly think like running an agency, that's like starting and running an agency and getting clients, I believe, is the easiest model to get into entrepreneurship. Once you do that and you become an expert at it, then you can teach others to do the same thing. So going out and doing it locally first, I believe, is the easiest way, because these local businesses, they're practicing old methods of marketing. They're not online. They don't have time to do it. So if you actually go and be like, hey, this is what I've done, this is what I can do for you, and this is why your old model like pretty much sucks, you know. If you don't have any experience working with clients whatsoever at all in the past, I recommend doing it for free for someone, just so you have like a case study or a testimonial. So when you go and approach somebody, they're like, okay, what work have you done? So it's not just like, oh, I've never really done anything. However, that doesn't like stop you from actually going on and still doing it. I remember the first client I got, I was working with my friend's account. It wasn't that intense that I was doing the work for her. I was just like doing some posting, creating copy and stuff. But the first person that I actually pitched locally, I still work with them. It was like a local restaurant and brewery. I pitched them on like a $1,500 package, and I showed them all the upfront value that I could bring them, and they bought into it like literally instantly, because number one, they had zero knowledge about what I was talking about. They didn't want to learn how to do it, and they saw how that like I live in a college town, so they saw how millennials are on social media, so they need to bring in that type of audience. So like if you guys are doing like Facebook ads, it's probably along the lines of Facebook ads or like social media marketing or management or something. That's how you approach these clients, is showing them what value you can bring them and pretty much knocking down the old meds that they're using right now.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. You mentioned value. I know that everybody talks a lot about, value. And I know I'm in the process of right now actually trying to brand myself as well as branding your business, because I guess a lot of entrepreneurs, I guess they think, especially agency owners, they think that they can just build up their agency and their brand. But the thing is, you have to build your personal brand as well, with your agency, because I think that'll actually draw clients. And I guess, that's one easy way that'll actually draw businesses and stuff to you. The fact that, you're building your own brand up, your personal brand. So yeah. I'm actually in the process of doing that, because I think I told you I was in Rob Quinn's program, yeah. So his mastermind. So actually, we're in the process of doing that. So, I mean, obviously, it's a hard thing to do as far as, building your brand, your personal brand, and also, your brand for your company. So I guess as far as getting started, because I know you said you've been in the business for about a year and a half now. So as far as getting started, I mean, at what moment did you just did everything just click? I mean, what was your aha moment? I mean, do you have a specific example or a situation or circumstance that you just say, oh yeah, that was it right there?
So I think for me, when I actually start to create my offer and actually go to local businesses and pitch it to them, I think it was when I actually landed my first client. I was like, okay, I can actually do this. Because I think the hardest part about anyone starting or even like scaling is they think they can to get someone to pay them money. And it's either for two reasons. It's either they feel like they can't bring them a result, or it's more of a confidence issue that they feel like they're not worthy enough to like have someone, pay them to, give value for their company. And so for me, it was kind of the roadblock of I didn't think that someone's going to pay me freaking $1,500 a month for me to like manage their Instagram and build their brand. Like I didn't think that. However, I knew the value that I would bring them was like well worth the money because I would be bringing in clients for their company. And so once I wrapped my head around that and I actually pitched it to them with confidence and I closed it, I was like, okay, I can actually do this. And I think once you get into that type of mindset and you do close that first sale, it's kind of like a momentum thing and kind of a domino effect too. You get that momentum, and as you keep doing reach outs, that's how you kind of get the ball rolling. But also one thing is when you do get your first sale, some people, I mean, probably not after your first sale, once you get like a good consistent flow of income, what does happen to some people is they get comfortable at where they're at. So it's hard for them to scale because in order to scale, like you need to outsource your work. So that's letting go of some of your money and some of your control. For me, I'm in the process of still outsourcing more work. I'm the type of person who I need to make sure what's going on in my business all the time. So it's like letting go of control. That's something that I'm doing right now. So definitely that entire process is something that everyone needs to do. And I recommend doing it in the beginning once you do get a consistent flow of income. So it's not like, months and years down the road when people are actually flooding to you, wanting to work with you, you have no idea how to take on these clients because you don't have a system set up.
Yeah, that's something that actually I've already developed as far as a team. So now I'm just waiting, to pull everybody else in because because like I said, I did actually perform some free trials with clients, and actually, I got the guy some results on a low ad spend. So I got about 100 subscribers in a week or 2 weeks or something like that to his messenger bot. And the thing is, it took a lot of time. It took me a lot of time to actually, develop, as far as, develop the process for me to, work with them. And plus, I had to build everything out on my own. And plus I still work a 9-to-5 job. So that's pretty, that's it's kind of hard, to, do all that and, have a wife, family and kids and all that stuff. And, just try to keep your sanity, get time, to yourself. Cause actually, I'm an introvert. So, that's, I need my, my me time. So, and then, it's kind of hard, I guess, to adjust your schedule and do all that stuff and, accommodate everything. And I guess as far as some of the things that you're doing in your business now, what do you think that most other entrepreneurs would find controversial? Like as far as, do you have a specific thing that you normally do or that you would do that other entrepreneurs or other people in our industry might find controversial or even say, well, why is she doing it like that? You shouldn't be done that way.
So if you have been following my stuff a lot and if you know like my personality when I do lives, I'm extremely like sassy. For me, it's like when I'm creating content, I'm also very like transparent and authentic. So sometimes when I do lives, I like cuss and I tell people like the blatant truth. And some people, they don't like that because it just straight out, it's something that people know that they need to change. However, they're in their comfort bubble. So for them to actually make a change in their business or in their life, they have to be doing something different. So I think like in the type of posts that I create, like with like the image and the copy, I like to be extremely truthful. And I do get a lot of comments, sometimes hate comments about certain topics, especially when it comes down to perspective on things, like different perspectives on how you should be, more so like, I don't even know how to explain, like how you should be seeing things in your business and in your life from like an optimistic viewpoint. Because there's like a difference. Like, I'm not completely optimistic. I see the both sides of like optimism and pessimism. However, like if you see my copy, there's like a certain structure on how I structure out each piece of content. And literally what I'm doing within my copy, if you read it, it's like all intertwined with psychology and how you're thinking about the certain situations that you do every single day. So if problems arise, it's psychology based on how you're reacting to those problems. So I know for me, like I'm the type of person that I analyze myself and how I react to my problems. I do the same thing when clients come to me wanting to work with me. I actually made a post about this just yesterday. It was like, the title was "Communication is Hearing What's Not Being Said." When clients come to you, especially for me, when they say they want to build up their brand, their business, and they want to be financially free, they're coming to me because they want to be doing all that. However, the end result that they get is more confidence, feeling fulfilled in what they're truly doing. And then, it's the tactical things that I'm teaching them. So it's like a fine line between finding exactly like the core problem that you're truly having, because 10 out of 10 times, well, I guess I'll say like 9 out of 10 times, the tactical things and the knowledge and information that you need, it's literally all on the internet. But the reason why people don't succeed is because of their mindset and how they're perceiving things. So I say it's like 80% mindset and 20% tactical things.
Yeah, that's interesting because I know a lot of people think you can just, go up there and just put up a Facebook ad and be like, well, I'm trying to sell so-and-so. Let me just go, write something out and just send it out to Facebook, or most people think, it's about their target audience once they find the right target audience. But still, I mean, you're saying that there is actually, a psychology behind, just copy. So, I mean, that's interesting you say that because most people don't think about that side of, their copy. They're pretty much just thinking about, well, once I find the right, target audience, everything's going to be okay. And, I feel and believe that I have the right product, but once I have, my audience honed in and, once once I do have my audience, I'll build lookalike audiences off of that. But I mean, still, there's more to, just, running a Facebook ad. And then I know, actually, they kind of led into my next question as far as, why do you think some people fail? Why don't people meet their dreams? But I mean, you pretty much just said, it's their mindset.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely is that, because going into entrepreneurship, the reason that, like, a lot of the majority of people, why they want to go into it is because they want to be like free. They want to be making their own money. They want to have a flexible schedule, which is great. We all want that. However, when someone goes into entrepreneurship with the mindset that their only goal is to make money, that's like, it's going to be extremely hard for them to succeed. And the reason why I know is because at a certain point in time when I first started out, all I was doing was chasing money. And I tried a whole bunch of things. Like I podcasted, I'd done strictly e-commerce, I tried Facebook ads, I did all of these different things. And I made money doing them. However, like I was at both points where I was trying to build up like my brand and business, doing these different things. I was making no money. But then I was over here doing the same things. I was making a little bit of money, but like, morning routine, reading books, listening to podcast shows that really put your mindset to really make yourself feel that you can be doing something. Like I did a live about this in my group just yesterday, actually, also about how I structure out my days. And every single morning I listen to podcasts or read something that's inspirational to get my mind to focus and set for the day.
Yeah, that's interesting. You talk a lot about mindset and everything, and just I know I've heard a lot of other, I guess, people that are actually a lot of other business owners that say, they meditate in the morning and stuff. That actually, they get their mind right and everything like that. And I got as far as starting over, like if you were to, I guess, start over, pretty much, you're already starting. But I mean, if you did everything, because obviously you've learned a lot within, the year and a half. I mean, I guess some of the things that you learn, it seems like people that have even been in business maybe 15, 20 years haven't, even discovered, or if they discovered it, they might have found it out in their, like their, 10th or 11th year or something in business. But I guess if you did have to start over from, from the ground up, what would you do? I mean, what formula would you take? What system would you use? Because I know pretty much like me, I mean, you've done e-commerce and you ran ads and, pretty much you tried to do your own thing. How would you, I guess, start over again? Would you start strictly with, your agency, or would you, I guess, or how would you start?
All right. So that's an interesting question, because when as I built up my brand, there was a lot of different things that I did to build it up. Like I was writing my book also, like my best-selling book, leveraging that to get on TV, which also helped building up my brand. So I guess if I were to start over and if I was giving myself advice and if I was just starting, I think I would really focus in on doing one thing and not being afraid of change, because I think this is where a lot of people struggle at, is when they go all into something, they feel like they need to stick with that one thing, but then that causes them to not grow in different areas. Because when you enter entrepreneurship, like your first idea you're going to have, you're probably not going to continue doing that for 20, 30 years. Like it's going to evolve in some way. When I started my brand Unforgettable, it was just a t-shirt line. Like now it's an entire business where I help people build their brands, but I still do have my t-shirt line. That's just another stream of income. So when you're starting out, what I would do is I would focus in on one specific aspect of my business. So for me, it would probably be just building my brand in general, like doing the entire documentation process, like similar to what I did do, but then focus it on either just branding or just Instagram, teaching people how to just craft their story, like one thing, become a master at that, and then start branching off. So I kind of did that, but I was a little all over the place when I was building up my brand, because I was using a lot of credibility things to get on TV and stuff, which did definitely help. And that's another great way to really boost up your brand even more, is when someone sees you on TV, when you get pictures of that and post on social media, they're like, oh my gosh, that's a credible person. Who is that? You need to follow them. That's also a great way to build up your brand and be seen in front of a lot more people. So I don't know if that answered your question, but that's kind of how I would go about doing it.
Yeah, the reason why I smiled so big, as far as you saying being on TV, the fact is I've heard that several times. Actually, I've heard 3 or 4 people say that. And I mean, how easy is it to get on TV? Some people say it's pretty easy to get on TV. It came easy for them, and it was, natural for them. So do you, I mean, I know you did your TEDx and everything. Other than that, have you actually been on the, a broadcast or TV broadcast or anything?
Yeah. So I've been on TV 4 times now. So within the past year or so, 4 times. So it really depends kind of on your location too. I'm from a small town, so people want to, the TV stations, they want to highlight people in the community that are doing cool things. So every time that I went on TV, it was TV stations around Iowa. So I would pitch them different stories that I had about, one of them was about my best-selling book. So I pitched it to them around August, which was back to school time. My book was around college students, so that worked out. Another time was this one was, I didn't expect for myself to get on TV. This was when I was actually documenting my senior year. I pitched it to them, And I was like, hey, I'm doing this because this is my journey. I want to show it. And I got on TV. Like, that was a little bit more like self-promotion, but it worked. And that's like another thing. You never know if something's going to work. And like, you just need to email them and do it. So, and then the other 2 times is me promoting just an event. So that was a little bit different because it was in the community. So like local TV stations, they want to highlight you. So just like pitch them and see what happens. The worst they'll say is just no, or they won't reply back.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's interesting you say pitch, because I just listened to something yesterday from the Wolf of Wall Street. Actually, he was on YouTube, and he talked about selling and how, you need to be able to sell, because he said Warren Buffett would just be a great investor, if he could not, if he wasn't a great salesman. I mean, nobody would know who he is. He'd just be an investor. So, that's interesting you talked about sales, and obviously, I know it's about time for it, because I know you kind of just technical difficulties and everything in the beginning. So I just got one more question. So
For sure.
if you were to have one superpower, what would it be? I'm pretty sure you may have heard this question before.
Like any superpower? Like, do you want it to be like skill based or just any?
I mean, it's
superpower?
up to you. I mean, any superpower. I mean, it doesn't have to be related to business or anything. So.
I think the one superpower I would have is the ability to actually, like, I feel like I'm already really good at this, and I already talked about it, is the ability to actually see people and who they truly are. Because, like, it kind of goes back to entire, like, psychology and analyzing of people. I feel like some people, like this even happened to myself, some people truly don't know who they are until someone analyzes them and tells them themselves. Because when I met my mentor, I didn't even know I had the capabilities to do all of this. Like, he showed me throughout the entire process of him doing it and me learning from him. So once I realized that I can actually be doing this, and I realized who I actually was as a person, then I was able to go out and build everything. For me, I feel like I've gotten very good at analyzing people with their psychology, how they react and act to different situations. So if I just had the superpower to, like, just see right through them and see where they're at, that would give me the better ability to help them so they can actually live the life they want to be doing.
Yeah, that's interesting. You say somebody else had to show you, what was in you, because I guess sometimes, some people think they're either, too good, or they think they're not good enough. So
Right.
That's pretty interesting that you had to have an outside source, actually, pull, what you needed out of you, or just to show you, because it was already in you. But the thing is, I guess they just pretty much had to stir it up, inside of you. Got you. Pretty much that's the thing. You have to get yourself to believe in yourself.
Yeah.
Obviously, it really doesn't mean, somebody else, telling you to do, specific things and certain tasks and stuff. And the thing is, it's like, they see it in you, but yet you have to believe that, you can do what they're saying you're going to do.
Right.
So that's interesting you said that. But, I really do appreciate you coming on here, just having, just to chat, just to, give some knowledge to my group. I really do appreciate it.
Yeah.
And,
well, for sure.
thanks, and hopefully we'll do it again. Yeah. So actually, I guess I first noticed you through Dean. I don't know. Usually he's on here. He's kind of, he's in the mentorship program. So
yeah, Dean's awesome.
So
I did a couple lives with him in his group too. Yeah, he's pretty awesome. But yeah, I appreciate you bringing me on here. It was a lot of fun for sure.
All right. Thanks so much, Saba. And hopefully we'll do it again sometime.
All right. Talk soon.
All right. Bye. Hello, everybody. How is everybody doing? It is a wonderful Sunday morning. Actually, my eyes are probably about to drain because I've been up all night. I'm trying to finish up a PDF or whatever. So then I just hopped on a call with, I actually wanted Trish to come in and give drop some value on you guys, and to let you know, what it's like, just having a million other things to do. Like right now, this morning, apparently her kids were running around, and we scheduled this sometime last week, and she doesn't have much time, so to speak. And just the mix up of everything, just having a busy schedule all the time. And I just wanted her to come in and just give you guys some value, and just let you know that you can be an entrepreneur and have a million other things to do. So actually, I will open up the floor, but I want her actually to touch on the fact of this unicorn breeder thing, as far as why does everybody call you a unicorn breeder and what exactly does that mean?
So thank you so much for having me. First and foremost, I appreciate it. This was a last minute thing for me to hop on, and I'm happy to serve your audience, and I'm happy to be on here. So thank you for having me, Mike. I appreciate it. So for those of you who don't know who I am and what I do, my name is Trish Lito, and I am the founder of 5 Minute Lives, which is a structured method that I help entrepreneurs to practice to increase revenue with just 5 minutes of live video, whether it's on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, wherever. This could really go anywhere, but we primarily use Facebook. And the reason why I call myself the unicorn breeder is because a couple of years ago, I was having a really fun conversation with a mentor of mine. He was helping me write my copy because I was struggling with writing like really good copy. And he said, you really need to have like a ridiculous conversation piece to get people started with when you're introducing yourself. Instead of having like a 30-second elevator pitch, give them a 2-sentence introduction to your business. And the first sentence should be something super ridiculous. And the second sentence should follow up with that ridiculous sentence to explain what you mean. So it's like, okay, I don't understand that. So elaborate. And he basically said that the first sentence should incorporate some kind of like a mythical character, like something that's just like over the top, like a superhero thing or something like that. I'm like, okay. So he said, so what's something that you can think of? And for me, I started my business in the MLM space, multi-level marketing, direct sales. And for some reason, in the last like 3 years, this whole unicorn thing started coming out into the woodwork. And so I started embracing the unicorn because I'm like, it's funny and ridiculous. And I remember loving unicorns when I was a little girl. So I told him, I don't know, I guess I'm like a unicorn breeder. And he goes, well, why? Why are you a unicorn breeder? And I said, because I turn average entrepreneurs into magical beings who press live with purpose and increase revenue with 5 Minute Lives. And it just flowed. It literally just flowed out of my mouth like that. And he goes, that's it. That is literally it. That's your thing. And so I just started saying that to people and they loved it. They absolutely loved it. And I mean, I've helped hundreds of entrepreneurs. Dozens have paid me to do this with 5 Minute Lives, and the rest, honestly, I've got this incredible tribe of people who are just incorporating 5 Minute Lives into their business, and they're experiencing increased revenue. They're experiencing more confidence. They're experiencing increased engagement, and just more and more people that are attracted to them because they're doing it right.
So let me get this right. So pretty much you tell entrepreneurs and tell people just to go live for 5 minutes, but I'm just sitting here thinking, and probably a lot of other people are thinking 5 minutes. I mean, that's not a lot of time, to put out a lot of content, a lot of engagement, anything like that. It's like, well, because everybody sits down, because a lot of people say, well, I don't have enough content. I actually saw you do a video, I guess the other day, on your page as far as how to create content. You gave some value and all that, and the live really wasn't that long, and she gave a ton of value in that live. So I mean, there's really no excuses for you guys not to do that. And actually I was kind of moving towards that, but I guess I never really continued that, because I actually went live maybe for about 6 or 7 minutes one time. My wife actually, she asked me, she said you didn't go live for that long. And I was like, well, I just wanted to hop on and get on, because I mean, a lot of people say you need to always put content out. I know Gary Vee talks about that. You need to always get content out. You need to stay in front of people, stay in their faces, stay in front of them and all that stuff. So the situation with that is, a lot of people say, well, I don't have enough time to go live. But I mean, you're pretty much telling people that all you need is just 5 minutes. So, and I know you gave, I guess, a little bit, as far as, what people need to do, just get a captivating headline and all that stuff, first sentence and all that stuff. But I mean, is 5 minutes really enough to go live and provide a lot of value?
Abso-flippin-lutely, because we've proven it to be the case, right? So if you do your research up front, if you're participating in conversation threads with people back and forth, and whether it's in groups or on Facebook business pages or in your news feed or whatever, that's content, right? Like even your response to a reply is content. If you're going to take the time to do that, that's content. That's a content topic. So if you've got a decent topic to talk about that's going to be beneficial to your audience, and you're either educating, entertaining, or enlightening people, okay? If you press live the first 30 seconds, especially if you're going solo, if you're just by yourself, listen, people's attention spans right now on social media are so limited anymore, right? So if somebody knows I'm going to be live for 5 minutes, they're more than likely going to pop on for that full 5 minutes to listen to what I have to say, because they know they're going to get valuable information out of it, right? And that's brand recognition. And I've done that over and over and over again. So if you go live for just 5 minutes every time you go live solo, that's brand recognition for you. So that way, the more people hop on for those 5 minutes, the more they're going to do it over and over again, right? Because they know that you're going to bring them valuable information. Okay. So is it okay, Mike? Are you okay with me just telling everybody what my blueprint is?
Yes, that's fine. I mean, you can share your blueprint if you want to.
Yeah, no. So I'm just going to tell you guys real quick. And for those of you who are watching this, please take notes. If you don't already know me, you've never heard this before. I will say again, it is a trademark blueprint, but 5 minute lives goes like this. First of all, before you press live, make sure you've got a title or description on that bad boy. Okay. Especially if you're doing it on Facebook. On Instagram, we can't put our title and description in there, but if you're getting ready to go live on Facebook, do yourself a favor, do your audience a favor, and make sure you've got a good title or description to what you're going live about. Then as soon as you press live, don't wait for people to pop in. Immediately dive into it. Cover your who, what, why, and how in the first 30 seconds. So who are you? What are you going to talk about? Why should we care? Like what kind of value are we going to get out of it? And then how can we get more of you? Do you have a downloadable blueprint? Do you have an ebook? Are you selling a book? Are you covering your review of like a Gary Vee book or whatever? Like, do you have an affiliate link? Whatever that case may be, make sure you cover that in the first 30 seconds. The next 2 to 3 minutes, I want you to dive into your topic, okay? Have maybe a little sticky pad close by and write down 2 or 3 bullet points, okay? So I knew I was going to tell people about, when I went live the other day, I knew I was going to tell people about Feedly, and I knew I was going to tell people about using their inbox to get inspiration for content topics, right? So I had 2 bullet points I knew I was going to talk about, okay? Don't go too crazy on this. As you're doing this, just dive into the topic, and then for 1 minute after that, I want you to go back through your feed, and I want you to give some props to people who popped in, right? Acknowledge your audience, say hello, read some of their comments. If you got somebody that popped in who's really influential, amazing at what they do, give them a shout out, tell people to go follow them, because that's just basic social etiquette 101, right? If we're on social media, they popped onto our live video, let's show them a little bit of props, give them a little bit of patronism, and send them some business their way, right? And then the last 30 seconds, I just recap my call to action again. Who am I? What did I go live about? Why did I go live about it? And how can people get more of me? For me, typically it's, hey, some of you really need some help with your structure. Go to my website, download my blueprint for free, trishlito.com. Or I'll say, click that link right in the button, and let's hop on a complimentary discovery call. If I've never worked with you before, let's find out whether or not we'd be a good fit to work together. And then I just tell people, tag a friend, share this out. And I close with something, a bit of a tagline, because I also have trademark press live with purpose. So I tell people, hey guys, don't forget to press live with purpose, Lito out. And I'm done. And everybody knows that who follows me. Everybody knows that that's how I close, right? And that's branding, guys. That only takes 5 minutes of live video to really get yourself out there, serve your audience, get their attention, let them know who you are, build the know, like, and trust factors, and really build that brand recognition.
Yeah, that's amazing that you can actually, and I think that was actually less than 5 minutes that you just described all that stuff. So that's pretty good. That that was a lot of value, in less than 5 minutes. So I mean, you guys can see that you don't need a lot of time. You don't need to carry stuff out, draw stuff out, and you can just obviously do a lot of stuff in 5 minutes. And I actually kind of want to get into a little bit more of your background before you develop this system. I mean, how much? I guess how many cans of paint did you throw against the wall, before you actually found the color that, actually blended in that you wanted to work with? So, I mean, how many other businesses have you tried before? How many other, different ideas have you tried before this actually just clicked?
So I have been a full-time corporate America person for as long as I can remember. I'm a U.S. Navy veteran. I got out of the Navy in August of 2000. I couldn't find a job for 7 months. And I think that kind of kickstarted my entrepreneurial journey in my mind, because I remember thinking to myself, God, I really need to make sure I've got a skill set that makes me not necessarily employable, but hireable, right? Because I had like odd jobs in between. I was a bar back. I cleaned people's houses. I was helping my mom sell Mary Kay out of the back of her car. I was doing Avon. I mean, you name it, I did it. Like literally, quite literally, I did everything, right? I was pulling weeds. I was helping people do landscaping. Like I did everything, all right? So I had a failed MLM business. I had 2 children in 2 years. My daughter was 10 months old when I found out I was pregnant with my son. And I was working for a very highly reputable corporate company that really has a focus on veterans. We'll just say that, because I don't like to tell too many people. I mean, people know that know me, but I don't like to drop out brand names to them. I think it's just out of respect. And the only reason why I quit working for them is because I had my son. And within 2 years after having, or within 18 months of having my daughter, I had my son, and I couldn't afford to be working full time and pay $2,200 a month in childcare. Like everybody who's got kids out there, you know how much daycare costs. It is not inexpensive at all, right? So I was in a multi-level marketing business, and I had been doing it for a long time. I had my worst month ever. I had a really, really bad night. I was on track to make over $1,200. I ended up making a little over $300 in just one night. Yeah, I lost a lot of money fast. And it was like in that moment, I thought to myself, my God, I really need to do something better. And I mean, I cried. I had like a really like hard cry for about 45 seconds. And then I realized, you know what? I can't do this to myself. Crying isn't going to make it better. There's got to be a better way. And I identified, as many of us do, we see, this was like over 3 years ago, guys. So just keep in mind that like, this was really before all of the, teenage kids standing next to Lambos started happening. Like truly, I went online and I'm like, who's doing it right? So I was watching the Grant Cardones, the Gary V's, the Lewis Howes, the Amy Porterfield, like all these very big names in the business that were already really big or were coming up to be big. And I was saying to myself, they've got to be doing something right. So I started registering for their webinars, and I noticed a consistency in that. And the consistency across the board was every webinar, they told their story first. They explained to people who they were first, right? It wasn't selling. It was storytelling, telling, right? So I started really paying attention to that. And I was like, okay, I can do this. I can definitely tell my story more. And it's so funny, Mike, because when I started telling my story more is when people really got more attracted to getting to know who I was as a person. And then they wanted to work with me. They wanted to hire me, right? So Facebook Live had just come to the forefront in right around like early 2016. This is 3 years ago. And I was one of the first people that got the Facebook Live button on my phone. And at least in my circle, and I noticed it. I was just like, oh man, I need to do this. And again, I was still working in network marketing, and they kept pushing me and saying, Trish, you need to do Facebook Live. You need to do Facebook Live, because I was pretty active on Periscope. And so I started doing Facebook Lives, and Mike, I'm telling you right now, I was so nervous. It scared the hell out of me to do it. It really, truly did. For anybody who's going, I don't want to do live, it makes me nervous, it makes me scared, I get it. I was a hot mess. I was a blubbering idiot. It was awful, right? So then I thought to myself, well, you know what? I don't have to necessarily do these by myself, because as I was trying to learn, as much as I was trying to learn from all these people, I was quickly getting overwhelmed with trying to learn so much and wanting to learn so much at one time. And it was overwhelming me. So I said, okay, I don't have to spend thousands of dollars that I actually didn't have to try to buy all these courses to learn all of these things. I started identifying that there were other people out there, industry experts, who were super skilled in all these different places. And I was like, you know what? I want to interview those people on Facebook Live, because some of them weren't going Facebook Live, but I could tell that they were super genius at what they were doing. So I started doing this Facebook Live show. And I didn't have a name for it or anything at first. I was just like, hey, we want to do a Facebook Live. I'll interview you, and we'll bring people, like, I'll just expose you to my audience. We'll just bring people on. And I got to learn from them. I was asking them questions, and I was learning from them. I'm like, wait a second, this is awesome. So I called it something. I named it the Expert Connection with Trish Lito. So at first it was like on Friday nights, and I would go live with my friends. They were just my friends. Like I didn't even realize what I was doing. And then one of my mentors reached out to me and said, Trish, this is brilliant. You're a journalist now. Like this is what you're doing. And that's kind of how it all started, Mike. I to this day, I have the Expert Connection, the show that I do it on my business page and my personal page. And my Instagram page is called the Expert Connection. So, and that's what I do. I quite literally brand myself that way. And I connect people with other industry experts to make sure that they always know that they've got a guy. There's somebody out there to help them with whatever they need to learn how to do. And so that's how it all started. And then I started seeing other people doing more Facebook Lives, but they were going live for like a half an hour and there was no call to action. There was no structure. It was a look at me thing. And I'm like, that's doing nothing for you. What a colossal freaking waste of time to do that. So I took a freaking sticky pad and I wrote it down. I'm like, there's got to be an easier way. And that's how it launched. That's how 5-minute lives launched. Me writing down on a sticky pad and going, we can do this. And, you know, Russell Brunson's one of my mentors. I absolutely love that guy. And I'm like, I can cover who, what, why, and how, breaking it down even further, connecting with my audience, identifying people, giving that strong call to action, and I can do it in 5 minutes. And so I gave it a go. I put it out there and more people started doing it. And they were like, holy crap, I'm getting a ton more audience engagement. People are sharing out my videos. I know what I'm going to talk about. This is amazing. And then you can repurpose it like crazy, guys. We can repurpose it like crazy. So that's where it came from.
That's wild that, you know, you just kind of fell into it. I know my wife said that's awesome. And my wife made a comment earlier. She said I was saying that I was actually going to go live in my group. So yeah, that was my plan, but Be Live had some issues. And I guess apparently I did like, I guess it was a pre-scheduled broadcast. And apparently I must have clicked the wrong button and I pre-scheduled it to go live on my personal page. So there you go, guys. I mean, even though I've done a ton of lives, I still make mistakes, you know, just like everybody else. So, I mean, even you just heard Trish say, you know, in the beginning, the fact that, you know, she made a lot of mistakes, blumbling and all that stuff. And I'm pretty sure she still makes mistakes.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I mean, you kind of just, you know, you fail forward. I mean, you know, you fail into success. So, I mean, you guys just going to have to get used to it. So, I mean, like pretty much, you know, like at the beginning of the call, the beginning of the interview, like she said, you know, there's, you know, you have enough time. You have 5 minutes. Everybody has 5 minutes to go live. And I mean, not even that. I mean, you might say, well, because I'm scared. Because actually, you know, I talked to one of my former coworkers, and they were saying, you know, what are you doing going live, doing all this stuff? Because actually, I just kind of began back in November. So I really haven't been, you know, doing it that long or whatever. And the situation with that was, you know, I was nervous and I was scared too. And I guess my coworker, I told her, I was like, you need to actually, you know, just go live, you know, on your own, you know, just do like a regular recording and then try to upload it to Facebook. Just kind of ease your way into it. And, you know, I kind of gave her, you know, some advice, you know, as far as doing that. And just the situation, you know, you just kind of jumped into it because really, you know, I'm an introvert by heart. I don't know if to me, you seem like you're an extrovert. I don't know.
I'm a major extrovert.
Yeah. So, I mean, I kind of got that vibe, but really, you know, pretty much I am an introvert. And what's my wife said? It says, I'm glad you're short Facebook Live. It says that's freedom for me because I don't like over 15 minutes. So you're helping my wife out. So that's a plus. So there's the one person that you helped. I don't know. A lot of people get on here. A lot of people I interview, they say, if I can just help one person. So obviously you helped my wife. So that's a big improvement. So I get, you know, kudos for that. So I appreciate that. And I know you don't have much time now. So actually, I'll go ahead and end. I guess go ahead and close it out now. As far as I usually have one.
I want to give you one more tip before you close it out.
All right, that's fine.
Okay, so let's do this. I want to give you one more tip. So I was mentioning that you can repurpose like crazy. Okay, so for those of you who you have an Instagram account but you're not quite sure what to post on Instagram, I just want to give you a quick hack. Okay, so if you guys are okay with me giving you a hack, tell us #hack in the comments, because we want to make sure that we're giving Mike a bunch of gratitude because he's hosting this live video and we're bringing a ton of value to you. And when I say bringing a ton of value, I think it's valuable for somebody like you, Mike, to host someone like me and other people out there who are doing it right and doing a great job. So kudos to you for bringing that value forward to your audience, whether it's on your personal page or in your group, okay? So I applaud you for doing that. And because you're an introvert, I applaud you even more because I know it's not easy for you to do stuff like this. So congratulations to you, huge kudos to you for doing an outstanding job really getting yourself out there and branding yourself. I give you a ton of respect for that, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome, you're welcome. So here's a quick hack that I really want you guys to incorporate, okay? This is one of the easiest ways that you could really get your brand out there more and hit 2 platforms, actually 3 platforms at one time, okay? So for those of you who have your personal page, awesome. I want you to go live on your personal page to start the branding process, okay? To just bring value to people's lives. You're not selling anything, you're getting people to realize who you are first and foremost, and then what you do is just the bonus, right? So start going live from your personal page, and when you go live from your cell phone, and before you press live, make sure you're going live publicly, and it's going to go to your story too. So I've got an iPhone, okay? Most of us have smartphones. I know some people have Androids, but when you go live, do it portrait first, okay? Go live public, and make sure it's going to post to your story too. Then do your Facebook Live. When you're done with your Facebook Live on your personal page, you can go into your stories. When you get into your stories, if you click the 3 white dots on the upper right-hand corner, you can save that entire video to your camera roll right away, okay? That's a huge hack workaround. Otherwise, it can take time because you have to do this whole other workaround. You gotta look it up on YouTube and it's a pain in the butt. So go into your story, download the video directly to your iPhone, to your camera roll, okay? Then I want you to go onto your Instagram account. And I want you can directly upload a portion of that video. So you can go to upload your content onto Instagram and you can grab that video and then do a trim. If you click on trim, you can grab up to 60-second nugget from that live video that you did, okay? And you can grab that one little nugget and you can post it onto your Instagram. So make sure that you put like a nice little bit of content into the post, like give it some words, tell people what you're talking about, throw some hashtags in there, and make sure that you link that Instagram account to your Facebook business page. So now you're posting to your Instagram account and it's going to go to your Facebook business page too at the same time. And you give them a strong call to action to comment below with, hey, is this helpful to you? Hey, are you practicing this? Hey, who's somebody that you know that could use this message today? So now you're hitting people on your Facebook personal page, you're getting them in your stories, and then you're hitting them on Instagram and your Facebook business page all at the same time. So you're tripling, almost quadrupling your branding, right? Okay. Then when you're done with that, I want you to take that entire video that you have on your camera roll and upload it to your LinkedIn account. If you're not already on LinkedIn, you can post up to 10 minutes of video onto LinkedIn. Okay. Again, do this on portrait because portrait is going to capture better on Instagram and it's going to pull better onto LinkedIn as well. Okay. And again, use hashtags on LinkedIn too, because hashtags on LinkedIn are going to pull people in from your industry that are going to be more attracted to who you are and what you got going on. Okay. So guys, I hope that this is helpful to you. I really want you to take that tip and incorporate it because it's the fastest and easiest way to get your brand out there with one video of content.
Yeah, I don't understand. I really don't understand if you guys really understood what she just said, because I mean, she just pretty much told you how to. Actually, she said 4 times quadruple, but I think you can pretty much, 5 times multiply, because then did you mention YouTube in there where you can just take the whole video?
YouTube yet. I didn't even cover YouTube yet. I do that on YouTube too. And there's been like conflicting information out there. Like some YouTube people say that if you do that that your brand, your YouTube videos aren't as good. But here's my thing. Unless you're like watching Owen Video, who is the absolute authority on doing YouTube videos, I'm telling you guys right now, if you don't know who he is, go connect with him on YouTube. Owen Video, OWEN Video. And on Facebook, he's Owen Hemsath. He is absolutely amazing. He's a very good friend of mine, and he is an absolute authority on videos on YouTube. But he'll tell you too, you can create really good videos on YouTube, but if you're just getting started, there's no rule that says that you can't just upload your Facebook video onto YouTube too. I do it all the time. And don't get me wrong, I'm not like a YouTube guru, guys. I think I have like 89 subscribers on YouTube, but I have over 500 videos on my YouTube channel, and like half of them are unlisted or private because they're in courses. So I have a ton of free content out there, and I just throw like a nice little thumbnail on there. I put a good caption on there, a good description. And if nothing else, I'm funneling people into my Facebook business page. I'm funneling people into reaching out to me and emailing me, right? I've got my link on there for people to download my blueprint. So don't limit yourself, right? Like, it's unlimited opportunity, and it's just getting content out there. At the end of the day, that's what's important. You really need to make sure you're doing that.
And there's another hack for you right here. Because I mean, first of all, I mean, she's just pretty much destroying all of your, I guess, excuses for starting a business. I mean, you say you don't have enough time, you can go live in 5 minutes. You say that you're scared. She went live, you know, pretty much when she was scared. And now pretty much you can say that you don't have any money to generate traffic, but she just gave you organic ways to get traffic on multiple different social media sites. So you guys out there, you say you don't have, some people say, you know, you need money to start a business, but yeah, that's true. But I mean, you still, you know, in some aspects it's true, but I mean, you know, you can take, you know, you can actually just pretty much generate, you know, digital products by doing a lot of videos. And then, as you said, you know, just uploading to YouTube. And then she says, yeah, it's pretty much course videos on YouTube right now that are unlisted. So the more videos and stuff you have, the more videos that you have the opportunity to sell. So therefore, you can make money with no money. That is what she's actually telling you, and just showed you and explained to you how to do in like less than 25 minutes or so. So, I mean, Trish is pretty much, yeah, I mean, she is a unicorn breeder. So, I mean, she's actually creating, you know, mythical creatures that actually, you know, making them real. So, I mean, it's obviously, because, I mean, how can you make money when you don't have any money? Because that's pretty much against the norm. I mean, that's like something that, you know, you read in, you know, a fairy tale book or something like that, you know. So, I mean, just the situation, and the fact is that she just told you how to do that. And let me go ahead and close out with one more question. So, if you were to
my kids are crying in the background. I'm sorry. This is my life.
all right. If you were to have one superpower, what would it be and why?
If I were to have one superpower, it would be to fly, so that I could, at any time, at any given time, I could fly anywhere I need to fly to get in front of more people and impact their lives. Like, truth be told, like, that's no BS. I love meeting people in person, sharing my knowledge with them, and really helping them realize how amazing they are. Everybody's got a superpower within themselves, but if I could actually fly, that would be amazing.
That's wow. That's amazing. That's the first time I've actually heard somebody say that. I've heard, like, you know, I guess teleportation and all that stuff, but you know, I never really heard you say somebody fly. But thank you guys for joining us on. I know Trish has to run. She got to go take care of her kids. I'm pretty sure she got to go.
Anton's on. I just want to say what's up to my homie Anton. I love that guy. I hung out with him quite a bit at FHL. I just, much love to him. He's about to crush it hardcore with his business, and I love that guy so much. So
yeah, actually, I was just getting ready to shout him out. My wife is on. He is on, and actually, I have an interview. We need to schedule one. Actually, we're trying to schedule one next week, but I guess just me traveling, him traveling, and all that stuff. So yeah, he is a good guy. I actually had a call with him 2 days ago or so. And yeah, so hopefully we'll set something up. But Trish, I thank you. Well, actually, how can people get in touch with you? Or what's the easiest way? Website, Facebook, Instagram? I know you're everywhere. So what's the best place?
I am everywhere. I'm going to be a lot more everywhere, because I gave my notice to my full-time job on Monday to go all in on my business. So Friday of this week is effectively my last day with corporate America. I'm going all in. So if you guys want to get a hold of me, go to my website, trishlito.com. You can download my free blueprint, which is on there. It's going to be a little slider that comes in. So definitely grab my free blueprint. With that free blueprint too, on that last couple pages of the blueprint, you're also going to get 10 ways to repurpose your live videos. And that gets you on my email list. The more you get on my email list, the more opportunities you get to access some things for free, hop on a phone call with me, a strategy call with me. And then obviously I offer some of my info products as well. So absolutely 100% get on my list, because I'm going to be bringing a ton more value to everybody who's on my email list. And I appreciate y'all so much. I don't spam you. I don't just, throw out a bunch of stuff and say, buy my stuff. I think that that's a really lousy way to do business. So it's always value up front, a lot of storytelling, and just sharing with you like what's going on and how I can best serve you. So I appreciate you very much, Mike, for having me today.
Oh, thank you so much. And you can actually just send me that link and I'll put it in the comments.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah. So, just thanks for coming on and sharing, dropping a ton of wisdom, a lot of value in such a short amount of time. So you guys need to reach out to her if you want to trim down your business where you're not spending so much time and creating content, trying to expose it and go out everywhere, and just to save money. That was a tactic that, I learned. I mean, I didn't know how to take that, from your phone and just distribute the different videos and all that stuff, and different sources. But I thank you, Trish, for coming on. And like I said, you guys need to reach out to her, get in touch with her, and let her help you, because obviously she can do that, because I know she's surely helped me in about less than 30 minutes or so now. So I appreciate that, Trish. Thanks for coming on and spending time with us on a Sunday. And as she said earlier, don't ask her if you want her to interview. It's not going to be done on Saturday or Sunday from now on. I think I was the last one. So thank you for doing that. So
yeah, you're the last one. So high five. You got me. You got me last one on the weekend. No, from now on, it's going to be Monday through Fridays only, because my husband's about to tear into me. He's not real happy with me right now.
All right. Well, go take care of your family and your kids and your husband and everything like that. So I appreciate it. Thanks. And you guys have a good one. And you too, Trish. Have a good one.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate you guys. Have an awesome Sunday. Peace out, guys.
Buy something, and then they reimburse the person, and pretty much giving them free goods. What is the purpose of company doing?
Yeah, so the purpose of mystery shopping is just market research. So these companies, every company, if you're a business owner, perhaps you may want some mystery shoppers in your business. But what it is to make sure that the business is running smoothly, that everything is following the lay of the land and how it's supposed to be according to the business, I guess, not the business laws, but how the business has set it forth in their operations and in their bylaws and stuff like that. And so with mystery shopping, these big industries, just any industry you can think of, it's being mystery shopped. And so they use the information from mystery shoppers to be able to gauge what's going on. Because looking at this from a business person standpoint, if I've got 100 stores, and I've got managers, I've got regional managers, all of that. Okay, that's cool. But how do I know what it looks like from a consumer's perspective? Are the consumers getting the feel that I want them to get when they walk into my place of business? So the way to do that is to bring in people outside of your employees, outside of anybody in that industry, and bring them in and say, okay, what was going on when you walked in the doors? How did this make you feel? Was this clean? And so these are things that mystery shoppers are looking for. And that feedback really helps these industries and even the government. Even the government uses mystery shoppers to make sure that our laws here in America are being followed by multiple different industries.
That's interesting. I did not know that the government actually had mystery shops. So I guess, I don't know if you want to get into the specifics. It's probably all in the class. I mean, if it is, just say, go watch the class, go watch the training. But I mean, how did you find, I guess, different companies? How did you find these companies? How much research did it take? I want people to see exactly if they want to go do this on their own. I mean, how hard is it? Or is it, is it just pretty easy?
You know what? I'd like to say it's super easy as far as in teaching yourself, but I'm going to tell you right now, it took me 6 months to learn the basics and another year to 2 years to know what I know now. And every year I'm learning something new. This industry is constantly updating and having, regulations and things. And so when you join my webinar, I'll kind of take you more through that process. And in the beginner's mystery shopping class that I offer you, all of that knowledge that took so long of research and all of that, I compile that down and I get you started in 45 minutes. And you literally, as soon as we are done chatting, you can go start mystery shopping. And so you kind of cut out all of that extra work, and you can get started the same day within the same hour that you talk to me. And so that's just the beauty of iShop, which is the name of my company. The beauty of iShop is it gets people on their way to an instant income stream within 45 minutes.
And then let me ask you this: as far as your you don't have to answer this question if you don't want to. I don't know if you want to get into the numbers or not, but I mean, what is the most that you've ever made from just one mystery shop?
$300.
Wow.
In 30 minutes.
Next question, and then I know that they actually have paperwork that you have to fill out. So as far as that $300 in 30 minutes, how much did you have to fill out, like as far as the paperwork and, just once you went to the shop? Obviously, you have to come back and you have to fill out stuff, online paperwork and all that stuff. You have to report to the company and let them, know what actually went on. So, I mean, how long did it take you to fill out
the 30 minutes included the shop and my feedback. So it was pretty cool.
$100. Yeah, so you made $300 in 30 minutes. So that's pretty good. I don't know how many of you guys out there actually make that type of money per hour. So I mean, really per hour, that would be $600 per hour. So that's pretty interesting. And so what are the ranges of the shops? I mean, can you get into the specifics as far as, I know you said they have them in like every industry, but I mean, for the typical ones that most people go to, can you say that online, or can you not?
So what I do is I go through all of this in my class. So when you join I think you said you have the webinar link posted. When you hop on the webinar, I will take you through my story, if you're watching this right now, and all of the juice, I like to call it. And if you feel like it's a good fit, that you want to give mystery shopping a try, then we will hop on a 45-minute class where I will go through everything. But just in short, to answer your question, Mike, somebody that's looking into this asking, okay, how much money can I make at this? I would say at minimum, if you kind of want to break it down without me going into a 30-minute spiel, at minimum, you're going to be making $15 an hour. And that's at minimum. I mean, that's on the low end. That's like nobody even does that low. But I always want to be, upfront and honest, because everybody's different, everybody's work ethic, everybody's schedule. So some people might have more time to shop, some people don't. It just depends. And it also depends on, the knowledge and experience you have. But like I said, when we chat for about 45 minutes in my class, you will know everything you need to know, and we'll be able to start getting your first mystery shop.
And then I know my wife, my wife was the one who introduced me to Mercedes and everything. And actually my wife has made money as well. So that's, another thing, like as far as, if you have a husband and a wife that actually want to get into it, because I mean, most people think, shopping's just for women and all that stuff. But you do have guys that are actually in your course as well, or actually husband and wife teams, or you have men that actually shop as well. Because, well, obviously, I shop. So you have other men that actually do that as well, too, right?
We do, but we need more men. Shopping appeals to women more so than men, but the industry definitely needs men. Mike, my phone's got 4%. Let me hop and get my charger while you get ready for the next question. Just a second.
All right, that's good. So as you can see, you guys, everything is pretty much already laid out for you. She already has a course. She's already actually did the research. She's done the information on these, these mystery shops. So, and then as you said, it's not necessarily just for women only. She's actually saying that she needs more men, and she needs more, men. Yeah, she just needs more men to actually go out and do more shops and everything like that. And I don't know if you want to figure out the specifics in different companies companies and everything like that, just sign up for the class. I mean, it doesn't cost you anything to take a class. Only thing it's going to cost you is time, which is valuable time if you're going to make money, because it's actually turning time into money. So if you're actually going to change your time, you know, if you're actually going to, I guess, trade your time, then obviously you need to trade your time doing something valuable instead of sitting watching TV, you know, watching a game, watching, you know, a movie, watching Netflix, something like that. Why don't you sit and watch this for, she just said 45 minutes. So if you have 45 minutes, which I know you do, actually you can just take this, and they can go on their phones and all that stuff too, like while they're cooking or something, they can watch it. You know, eating. Well, I try not to have phones at the table while we're eating, but if you guys do that, if you have your phones out anyway, at least you know, play it where your wife or your kids can actually learn how to money. And actually, that's something else I want to ask too, as far as what's the age limit for shoppers?
So you
The minimum age.
right, you have to be 18. 18, you can mystery shop.
All right. And then let me go ahead and ask this last question. I know we kind of went on specifics and details today for, you know, this interview. Sometimes, you know, I'm on the mindset and all that stuff, but I always end with this question as far as, if you were to have a superpower, what would it be and why?
That's a good one. That makes me think of one of my favorite superheroes, but I don't know if I'd want her power. You know what? I probably would want to, what do they call it? Like shapeshift and be other people. I think that'd be pretty neat.
So go ahead.
Somebody on the X-Men, I think, can shapeshift, and I can't think of who it is. I can't think.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, it's a lady, right? Isn't it a lady?
Yeah, it is. I cannot think of her name.
Is it Miss Mystique?
That doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, so if you guys actually were class, just go ahead and check it out. It's right here on the screen below. And else they can reach out to you, Mercedes, or should they just reach out to you through the class, or can they reach out to you on your personal page, on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter? Where are you at? And what are your handles?
I am on all major platforms, social media platforms, and anybody can find me at the handle at Mercedes Eckert. Sorry, guys. And then you can register for our webinar. Our next webinar is October 22nd. Be there. It's a Tuesday night at 8 p.m. It's a free webinar. You can hop on, like Mike said, listen to it while you're cooking dinner, while you're relaxing. So you can listen to it while you're, whatever you're doing, turn it on. Give me a few minutes of your time and let's see if mystery shopping is a good fit for you. And I would just dare say that if you are looking for an income stream, whether to pay off debt, to save up for a big vacation or a new house or a new car, or perhaps you are starting a business and you need capital, this is a great way to fund a business. This income stream, I believe everybody should do, because you know, if you're watching this right now, have you went out to eat in the last 30 days? Have you had your car oil changed in the last 30 days? Have you had to go grocery shopping? Did you go to the movies? If you said yes to any of those things, then you should be a mystery shopper, because instead of spending your hard-earned dollars on these things that we're doing every week, you can be getting paid to do them instead. So hop on and register for our webinar on October 22nd at 8 p.m. And I look forward to seeing you there.
And thanks, Mercedes. Thank you for holding on. Like she said, we're already doing these things anyway. So, Mercedes, we hope you feel better. Take care of that cough and everything like that. So, guys, on the next one. Until then, continuously, always, constantly be moving. Always do something. That's why I bring these guys on, just to let you know you can do this while you're actually working full time. You can do this whether you have to work, situation you're in, you can do this. So thank you guys so much for tuning in and hopping on. And thank you again, Mercedes. And we will see you guys on the next one. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Yes, we are live here with Anna, and actually we're going to talk some about how she grew her agency and everything. She's the owner of pronounce your Piccolo.
Yeah.
All right, and actually, let me go ahead and put her name up, and I want to thank her for joining. And actually, before we get into the interview, talking about scaling our agencies and social media and everything, I wanted to actually ask her about her dogs, because I know she has I think several dogs. So I just like for you to two dogs. So
can you hear?
I cannot hear them, but
okay.
I cannot. So would you like to tell us their names and their breeds and all that stuff? So
yeah, I have 2 adorable boxers, and they don't like it when mommy does podcasts, because then they have to get locked out. So, so they're outside if you hear them scratching. But it's Wrigley and Marlowe are my 2 boxers.
Yeah, that's interesting. I know. I guess somehow I figured out, I think we were talking or something, and she said, she's like, I'll be at home, for this interview. And she said, I have 2 dogs that, the only thing that are keeping me company now. So,
they're my office mates. I think they do a good job of keeping me. There's a good balance between work focus and mommy take us outside or play with us, which is good. But the hardest thing is calls and podcasts and things like that, because they always want to participate, which makes it hard. So, yeah. I
guess on some of the calls, actually, you could have brought them in there tonight. So, I mean, it's really no big deal. So, on some of them, I guess it really doesn't matter. But, so if you guys are joining with us live, I'd like for you to just hashtag live, and, if you're on live, and then if you're watching this on the replay, just hashtag replay. So actually, the first question I have for you tonight, Anna, is actually, how did you begin? I mean, what's your story as far as how did you even get into social media marketing? Because I think, then I guess let's debrief. Actually, we met each other at a Tai Lopez mastermind, which has been some time ago now. So, she was actually telling me her story as far as, I think you were unemployed at the time, or you can go ahead and take over. So
you can tell the rest. That'd be great. I was started working when I was 16 in restaurants, and did that until I was about 22. I started doing private club management, and then when I was about 28, decided that I didn't want to keep doing that for the rest of my career. You can only kind of go so far in private club management. So I was always really passionate about marketing. And so I left the private club world and started taking some contract gigs in digital marketing, learned how to work remotely and with project management systems. But I waited a little too long to get another real job, and ended up on unemployment, and kind of said, I've always wanted to start my own company, and if I'm going to do it, this is the time to do it. It's, the least amount of risk. I'm already out here. I might as well try. And in Nashville at the time, this has been almost 5 years ago now, there weren't a lot of companies doing comprehensive outsourced marketing. So, we do social media, but we also do SEO and email and websites and that kind of thing. So I just kind of made it up. I was like, this is the thing I do now. I have a company, and it was wonderful. People started hiring me, and we've grown since then. So we, went from being just me, and now we have a big team. So that's kind of how I got started. It was sort of a combination of forces in the universe, and then just sort of seeing that opportunity.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. And as far as I guess if you had a number one thing that you would tell, people starting out, because actually, a lot of people that will come to my Facebook group, because actually we're live here in my Facebook group. So a lot of people that will actually come here, they're actually starting out in their agency. So I guess as far as one particular goal or one particular thing that, you would tell them to, what's one particular important thing that they need to do as far as starting out in their agency?
Yeah. So can I have 2?
Oh, that's fine. Just you can have 30 or 40 if you want to.
I can't rank them, so you're gonna get both. Okay. The number one piece of advice that I got before I started my agency, which has made, I can't even tell you the difference it's made in growing a business, is get paid up front. So a lot of people come from like a corporate background where they're used to like a net 30 or a net 60 pay. And they're like, oh yeah, I'm going to do all this work and then I'm going to send you an invoice and then like, you're going to pay me. When you're just starting out as an independent, like you just can't afford that. So when I went to start the company, I interviewed a lot of different people and they were all like, gosh, I wish, like cash flow is the hardest thing for me, especially because when you're independent, if you don't have the payment system already set up from the beginning, it puts you in a negative light where you have to be like a bill collector. And it's really hard to be both. It's hard to be like a positive strategist and social media account manager, like, oh yeah, I'm going to take care of your business and grow it, but then have to go back and be like, except you haven't paid me and now I got to call you 5 times and try to collect. So we built in from day one to our contract, you have to pay up front. Every month you pay up front. And if if something happens or whatever, and there's reimbursement, just get it tailored up front. And I've never had a single person like bulk at that. Some people have asked me why do I have to pay you up front? And I go, because it's a monthly retainer and I can't repossess it. It's not like a car where if you don't make a payment, I get to take back that tweet. Like you can't repossess, the digital. And a lot of what we do is it's strategy and it's development of like content. And, you can't repossess an Instagram post and like you really can't possess all of the, the audience you built for them and the, just the concept behind the campaign itself. Like if they don't pay for that, they're just going to use it. So number one is get paid up front, make it part of your contract, done deal. The second thing, and this is something that I learned along the way as I was growing, and it's really what's helped me scale, is everything that you're doing now, turn it into a scalable, teachable system. So what seems completely commonplace to you is not going to be the same way that everyone does it, especially when it comes to social media. So like there are maybe 8 to 10 steps to create social media on a monthly basis. And when I started bringing people in, I realized that they were never going to do it the same way. So I had to create a project management system. We use Asana. So we use it's a free version. Still 4.5 years in, we're using the free version, but I created templates. When I'm doing work, rather than trying to figure out how I'm going to teach someone later, I just video record it. So I just video record the screen, I narrate what I'm doing, and then I turn it into subtasks or instructions. So when someone comes in for the first time, I'm not having to stop what I'm doing and individually train each person. And I'm not having to go back and go, well, I wonder if they did it up to my standard. Like there's a very clear instruction on how to do every single thing within my business. So that's the other thing. It's hard to go back. If you don't do that from the beginning, when you're ready and busy enough to hire help, it's going to be harder to stop and go back and train them. If you just start recording what you're doing now, by the time you get to the point that you're hiring someone, it's going to be a lot easier.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I know as far as this training and everything, actually I have 2 points, but we're going to touch on, I guess, the system aspect of it, because actually I'm in a mentorship program now. I don't know if you heard of it or not, but actually it's Rob Quinn, which is one of the reasons why I'm actually started to do these, interviews. You always need somebody to just push you, kind of like a mentor or something, behind you. So, and I guess as far as the systems, he's actually telling us to do that now, where everything that he does online, and actually I've been following the guy out of Tampa, Florida as well, Travis Stephenson, and he owns, the development company, or actually a software, kind of like ManyChat, a bot software company. And he does that as well. Like every time he builds out a campaign, he actually records it, and then he actually repurposes it and puts it in, the training area and all that stuff. So, I mean, that's actually smart and all, along the same lines as, what we're learning and doing now. So, I mean, that's good to know. So, so you agency owners out there, make sure that you record everything. I mean, even if if you think it's insignificant and irrelevant, just do it anyway. Document what you're doing.
We have one rule in the company, because it's not just me. That's the other thing. The bigger your company gets, other people in your company that work for you should be making systems and templates. I make some of them right now, but most of them are being made by the team at this point. Like, we have a rule. If it will happen in our company's history, if this will have to happen more than once, it's now a template. period. So like, if you're doing something and you're like, I think we're going to do this again in the future, you need to be thinking the way you're doing it as like, okay, this is going to be a template. So, we launched a new client about a week and a half ago. We're building out we're testing out some new landing pages and funnels. And as we're doing the funnels, I'm like, okay, these are all templates. So, this is a new funnel system that we're testing, and I'm building it from scratch. And the whole time I'm going, okay, I'm going to record a video. This is what you edit. These are the forms you fill out, so on and so forth. And then it just, the next time we do it, it'll take half the time.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Make sure, once you get, develop your team, make sure, you're telling your team to do what you do. So, it's kind of just passing information down from, one to another, then it kind of expands. And actually, that's pretty much along the same lines as what we're trying to do in our groups as well, is once we get our, because obviously our groups are just starting out. So once we get people in our groups, because right now it's just us. So we're trying to actually, use other people in our groups to expand and do training videos and all that stuff. So, that's pretty interesting. That you said that. And I guess as far as the payment system, because I've noticed, actually, I went to a conference in Atlanta, and it was J.R. Rivas. I'm not sure if you know him or not, but we had, I guess, multiple guests and stuff that were there. And one of the guests that got up and spoke, he was talking about how he actually charges to generate what am I thinking? So actually he charges, I guess, up front to generate a contract. So he actually charges a client just to generate a contract. He's like, it'll cost you $300-400 just for me to generate a contract, which I think that was just, a fabulous idea, because, once you get one contract, you can pretty much just, change a few little words in it or whatever and just send it to, other customers, just depending on, what it is. And then he said he uses that contract also as like audit for their business, because he's like, this isn't just, any contract. It's like it's an audit of your business. So that's really what you're paying for. So whether you work with me or not, I'm going to get paid. So that's interesting that you said, something like that as far as getting paid, up front. And then I know that my mentor actually recommends a retainer fee, making, or not really a retainer, but just a build out fee in the beginning, like just to build out their campaigns and everything.
Yeah.
So
and that's exactly how, when you were asking, how did I scale my business? That's it. Like, I didn't go in from day one. I knew I didn't want to have to be hustling for a couple $100 every time. It's like, look, you're going to need this for at least 6 months. So when I started, it was 6 month terms. So it's like, okay, this is what I'm going to do for you. And we'd line it out. I would come in, we would talk, we would do, like you said, the audit. Still, if I feel like a client right now is a valid client, prospect, I still don't charge really for the, the contract up front. Some clients, though, you can tell, like, they're not really sold on it. They just want the strategy. And so we've done that before. Like, we usually will do one discovery meeting that's about 45 minutes to an hour, complimentary. If we get a good vibe and they feel like they're serious, then we'll push forward for free. If we feel like they're just milking us for information, then we're like, hey, we would be happy to have additional meetings with you, but they're going to be X number of dollars per hour, or it's going to be X number of dollars for us to make a strategy. But most of the time, you can, after you've had a couple of those, you can pick up on it, But yeah, all of it is retainer based, because then you have recurring income, so you have a scope of services and you go, this is how much that's going to be a month. One of the things that's funny is that I refuse to give an hourly rate to any client. And especially my retainer clients, they'll be like, oh yeah, I know we're on retainer. Can you do this extra thing for me? Like, what's your hourly rate? I don't have an hourly rate. And like, some of them are like, what do you mean you don't have an hourly rate? Like, how dare you, sir, not have an hourly rate? And it's like, dude, like, I don't like, because what they're going to do is they're going to take your retainer, they're going to divide it by your hourly rate. And then they're going to be like, well, if you're not doing whatever, like, I'm going to use easy numbers. You're charging me $100 a month. You said your hourly rate is $25. Are you working 4 hours a month for me? Because if you're not, like, I should be getting at least 4 hours from you. And like, that's the mentality of like corporate America and having a job and like, a formal, that's not what entrepreneurship is. Like, if I'm charging you $100 a month for something and I can figure out how to do it more efficiently, how to be faster, how to get you better results with half the work, that's my benefit. Like, that's the value that I bring, and I get to make that, or, pocket that money. So it's kind of, I think it all comes full circle, but you have to set that tone from the beginning with clients.
Yeah, that's true. As far as I guess charging clients and everything like that, that is really true. Because as far as the, I guess, the hourly rates, it's like you're pretty much a self-employed person. It's kind of like you're going from an employment job, because that's the way a self-employment person thinks. They charge you by hours, but entrepreneurs, so I guess if a business owner approached me like that, I would actually say, it really doesn't matter how much time I'm spending on you, because obviously I know a couple of guys that are actually spending minimal time, but they're getting significant results. So does it really matter? Yeah. Does it really matter how much time I spend on your campaigns and stuff?
I'm not selling time, I'm selling value. And that's a hard thing.
That's true.
When you first started out, I'm going to be honest, Mike, you and I had a conversation about this, I believe, at that first Tai Lopez mastermind. And it's like, look, when I first started out, I was on unemployment. So I wasn't selling by the hour, but I was selling whatever the hell anyone would buy. I'm like, oh, you need, social media and email marketing for $200 a month. That's amazing. Can I clean your toilet when I come over to come on. I mean, it just, you have to make it work. And so now I think that there's a much more established pricing model for some of these things. And so it's easier to come into the game with some baseline pricing. But if you start selling your time by the hour, you're going to run out of time. If you start, selling value from day one, this is the value I'm bringing you, they won't question your time. So it doesn't matter if it took you 2 hours or 4 hours or 8 hours. Again, the more efficient you get, it's the same value to them. And that's what they should be buying.
Yeah, that's a good point. And as far as the other questions go, we are, I guess, what would you attribute as your number one reason for your success? I mean, I know that you like giving, more than one answer. So, I mean, you can give more than one if you want to. So,
I'm sorry, I know that you do not conform to the limitations of my question. I would say, actually, this is going to be really, this one I'm going to switch it up only because you said that. The number one contributor to my success has been relationships. And I think that what I've found is that is very hard for people to accept, because I think a lot of times, and I've just recently kind of come to terms with this as well. I think a lot of times we look at successful people and it's marketing, right? Well, follow this formula and you'll get 10,000 Instagram followers in 2 weeks. There's been a sensationalized marketing strategy behind the road to success. And I have not experienced that. I don't know if other people have, but I really think that even when I'm talking to some people that are using those marketing tactics, I mean, they're even saying that's the headline you put on it to get attention. That's not the way you got there. There are no overnight successes. So my number one has been relationships. So when I first started the company, people don't like email marketing. I'm just going to side note this. People are like, oh, email isn't sexy. It's not awesome like social or SEO. Email marketing is what built my business. It's what builds a lot of people's businesses. You can, let's use Tai Lopez. Tai has an amazing YouTube and social media strategy. And but I only got on Tai Lopez's radar in February of this year. So, I mean, what is that? 9 months ago, and I've received over 700 emails from Tai Lopez. Have you?
Yeah, I get a lot too. So
I created a special Tai Lopez folder, and I was like, I'm just going to put all of that. I'm not going to delete or unsubscribe. I'm going to move them over. Email marketing is where it's at. So anyway, it's about cultivating relationships. When I launched my company, I took all of the emails that I had. Luckily, I'd had a CRM. I'd collected that for a while in my corporate career. I had one, and I sent an email out to everybody that I knew. And I said, hey, not salesy, just wanted to give you an update. I'm no longer with this company. I have started my own marketing company agency. If you know anyone who's looking for this kind of support at small business or, introductory level, please give them my information. I mean, that in the first 6 months, I had 17 clients. I had so many clients, I had to hire help and lose some clients that weren't the right fit for me anymore. Right, but that was the thing. It's it was all based on referral. I didn't hire a salesperson until 2 months ago. I was in business for 4.5 years before I hired a salesperson. Everything else has been relationships. When I hire, I don't post a job ad on Indeed. I mean, I know you know. Could you imagine if you posted a job ad on Craigslist that said work from home in your pajamas, posting on Facebook while you watch Netflix, and then send me an invoice for how many hours you worked? I trust you to be honest about the time. Like, you'd have 8,000 applications. Like, so instead, I send the job description out to about 40 or 50 people in my networking circle. And I say, who do you know that you would hire that would fit this job description? And the team of people I have is amazing. I mean, Mike, you and I were talking earlier. I had my whole team over to my house today, and we did like our Thanksgiving thing. And they're my family. So that really has been the key impactor. And I think a lot of people think that they can hunker down and just, did Facebook ad their way into success, or they can, just powerhouse, I'm just going to get on and I'm going to do, so many social media posts that people just can't help but find me and hire me. Like, no one has ever written a tweet so funny and amazing that someone's like, oh, where do I sign? Like, it just doesn't happen like that. So I think the answer to your question is relationships. And I think most new business owners, whether in digital marketing or any industry, really need to hone in on that relationship building skill.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting you said that, because we're always talking about, your net worth is your network. So I know Tai Lopez is big. That's actually one reason why I'm on this interview with you right now, is because we were networking with each other, building a relationship. So and then I guess, a lot of people, don't look at email marketing. Actually, my wife and I just had a conversation about this this morning. And, I guess because I'm trying to build my Facebook site, and she was like, well, do you have any plans to, if Facebook shuts down, what are you going to do? As far as are you trying to build your email list as well, which is smart, and, I'm trying, actually we are leading people to landing pages and all that stuff. So actually, I still am trying to build a list, but a lot of people aren't focusing on email anymore. They're saying email is dead. And I think I actually ended up getting into Tai Lopez. Can you hear me now? Is it good?
Yeah, I lost you for a second. You're okay. Yeah. You ended up getting into what with Tai?
Oh, I said, actually I guess it leads from one step to the next. So, actually, how I got into the social media side, well, actually in his program, was the fact that I got an email from him. He was running a discount and a special. And I was like, this is pretty interesting, because Tai, you're everywhere. And it's like, why are you in my, how are you getting in my, my email as well? It's like, why are you still sending emails? It's like, man, you're on Facebook, you're on YouTube, you're on Instagram, you're on Snapchat. Yeah. It's like, and you're still sending emails.
I just got it. It's brilliant. It's so wonderfully brilliant. I just got, I went to 10X in February. Like I said, that's where I saw Tai for the first time. And I also saw Russell Brunson there with ClickFunnels, and bought his special that he was running that day. So we bought into ClickFunnels, and I kind of bought into Tai's program at the 10X conference with Grant Cardone. And last week, I think it was, Russell Brunson just launched his "Let me teach you how to be a public speaker" product, whatever. And boy, I can't tell you how quickly I gave that man $297. I'm like, click, take my money. Like, because, you see the value in it's developing that relationship. I'll give you a tip though, Mike. If you decide you're going to start doing email marketing for your, as an add-on to your social media business, or anybody out there that's watching. So here's my little trick for sales, because I've had a lot of sales experience now, 4.5 years in. Again, I've been the only salesperson for 4.5 years. People don't want to buy email marketing because they don't think they need it. Like you said, well, nobody's looking at email marketing. So here's always my favorite question. Like when I'm like, what we need to do is we need to build your email list. We need to be doing social posting or campaigns that lead to email capture. And then we need to take your emails and send them regular emails once a month or whatever. And we can do that. And they're like, I hate those things. I don't ever read those things. Nobody looks at those. I don't know anybody who looks at those. There's like 800 excuses, right? My question is always, so you just get them and you unsubscribe right away? And the answer is almost always no, because no one unsubscribes. What do? You read the subject line, and you go, I don't want to open that, and you delete it. And I'm like, email marketing is not about like, just how many people, like your open rates are not going to be huge. It's about top of mind awareness. So every time you send an email, that person has to look at it, see your name, and make a conscious choice whether or not they want to delete or unsubscribe or open up your email. And like, I mean, I've had clients that like have been on my email list for years that like have never exhibited any interest. And then all of a sudden something changes in their lives. Their marketing person quit or something. And they're like, oh, like Anavia's email came in exactly the right moment when I needed it. And I didn't need it 6 months ago. And now I need it. And so then I call and now I have a client. And I'm like, why are people like, why is everybody ignoring this? Like, it's a direct line. So that's what I always say is like, how many, and when you ask a prospect who is trying to debate with you whether or not they unsubscribe, like I said, they're going to say no. And then you're like, okay, my second follow-up is, how many emails do you have in your inbox right now? So like, I usually have maybe 10 to 20 because I'm one of those horrible type A personalities. It's like, it has to be clean. But most people, thousands of emails in their inbox because they don't ever delete them. So like, they don't unsubscribe and they don't delete. And then when they're scrolling through trying to find the email that their team member sent them, how many times do they see your name pop up because they keep getting your emails and they're not? It's just top of mind awareness. So anyway, if you're trying to sell email marketing, that's that's the reverse psychology or the flip question. You don't want it. How often do you unsubscribe? Anyway.
That is true. Cause I mean, I have maybe 5,000-6,000 emails right now in my inbox. So it's like, and then I constantly scroll through them. So, I mean, it's kind of like you were saying, it's branding really, because, the more, contact people see, or the more times they see your name, more time they see your agency name, more time they see your business. I mean, it kind of, it's like it's branding, branding yourself. But I see that we got some people on here. Dean, how you doing? Chris, how you doing? Hashtag live, hashtag replay. Thank you guys for joining in. If you got any questions or anything, just pop them in there. We'll answer them at the end. And I guess as far as I got another question for you. People that I guess a lot of people don't reach their goals and don't reach their dreams. What would you say would be the main reason for that? I mean, why do most people not reach their goals or their dreams? A lot of people fail.
Okay, I have an honest answer for this, and then I have kind of the canned answer. The honest answer is because it's hard and most people are lazy. Yeah. Like, if I'm going to be like, just blatantly honest, like we talked a moment ago about the sensationalism that is behind that success marketing, right? So, it's super easy. You just take this course and then like, you're going to be bringing in $15,000 a month in social media management clients, and you're not going to have to do anything but post on Twitter. It's just false. Like I'll go back to Grant Cardone, because that's, we were talking about earlier. Like everything, he says, it's going to take you 10 times as much work or activity to accomplish what you think, is what you think it's going to take. So like, I want to go, I want to make $15,000 a month in my new company. It's going to take 10 times as much work as you think it will to get there. And that's where I think that most people fall off and don't reach success, is because they under evaluate what it's going to take. They might start, but they realize that it's going to be hard. They realize that it's going to be, I have a full-time job and I got to do that. Well, that's just a lot. And they start rationalizing that they've already got enough going on and they can do it later. Like, if success was easy, everybody would be successful. So I think that's a genuine reason. I think the subcategory or the sub reason there is because most people aren't really clear about what success is. So I'm a huge mental health advocate. When I was in corporate America, and it's well documented, I put this everywhere, I talk very openly, hashtag talk about it if you're hashtagging. I talk very openly about my mental health struggles and about how we should all talk about mental health. But when I was in corporate life, I had panic attacks, depression, anxiety, and I still struggle with those things all the time. So to me, success is waking up every morning and just getting to be happy. And I think that people, like, you could see there are other people that are making millions of dollars that would look at me and be like, oh, she's not successful. Like, she's not, but I'm way happier than they are. Because that's how I define success. So, like, you know, does that mean that I'm going to stop doing and just stay where I am now? Well, no, because part of my happiness is always improving. You know, it's always finding that next level. It's always getting a little better. It's always helping more people. It's always, but that's how I stay happy. And I'm not waiting to be happy for my success until I reach a dollar number or I reach a yacht. Oh, I got to have a jet before I'm successful. Like, you're just wasting your life. So from my perspective, I think that, you know, for my own mental health, I had to say, what does success look like? It looks like me not having a panic attack every other day. Okay, well, what does that mean? That means that I have to balance out my life. We were talking about it before the call. I would love to be in New York at Tai's Mastermind in December, but I've committed way too much for the month of December, and I know that trying to add that in is not going to help me. It's going to hurt me. So my success means staying connected with the people that I know from that group, because I can do that now. And then just knowing that I'm going to go to the next one and being at peace with that and going, yep, I'm just going to focus on my business and my thing here locally. And that's success. The month of December, success is focusing on this. So I think it's kind of twofold, but for the most part, I think you got to get real clear about what success is. And then you have to understand the amount of work that you're going to need to put in to get there.
Yeah, that's interesting as far as success. I mean, it's like you've been watching my Facebook lives, follow me around on the internet and all that stuff. So, because actually I just did a Facebook Live on success. I guess I took it from Earl Nightingale's The Strangest Secret. That's
okay.
And he talked about, you know, success as far as why people are. Oh, thanks, Dean. Appreciate it. Awesome interview. So he talks about. He talks about how. It's like everybody just wakes up, you know, every day. They don't know why they're waking up. They have no goals. They have no, they have no dreams. So, I mean, they're just waking up just to conform. And they're conforming. Yeah. So, I mean, they're just following suit. It's like, why are you waking up every day? Well, because everybody else is doing it. Well, you know, I need to go to work, pay my bills, do my job and stuff like that. So, I mean, he defines success, as Earl Nightingale did, as, you know, the progressive realization of or towards a worthy ideal. So, I mean, as long as you have a goal, as long as you have a purpose, and as long as you're striving for that, progressing towards that, then obviously, you know, you are a success. I mean, you know, a lot of people, you know, label success as, you know, this person, you know, they're successful because they have a ton of money, but you don't know, you know, what their life is. You only see the outside. You only see the surface. Actually, Dean and I talked about this as far as it's the iceberg effect. So, I mean, you know, obviously you see the stuff that's, you know, on top of the water, but then, you know, there's a ton of stuff underneath the water that you don't see. You know how long, how big the iceberg is. You don't know how long it took to surface, you know, to the water. You don't know what it went through. You don't know how long it took to grow. So, I mean, that's pretty interesting you say it.
Yeah. Do you know what HubSpot is? The CRM sales marketing tool HubSpot?
I've heard of it, but I've never used it.
So they do it's a big CRM, and they have a marketing tool and a sales component and all that stuff, but they have a big conference every year called Inbound. And so I do public speaking and coaching and stuff on the side. And that's sort of been I'll call it my pet project, right? So I have the marketing company, but then I really like just, you know, speaking and connecting with people directly. So I applied to speak at Inbound earlier this year. And I was like, okay, like, this is a really big goal for me. It would be the biggest speaking event I've ever done. And they accepted me, and I freaked out. I'm like, oh my God, it's amazing. And like, I was telling everybody or whatever. So it was great. I actually was texting everybody in our mastermind, Tai's mastermind program that day. And I was like, oh gosh, I'm nervous, but this is gonna be so fun. And everybody was super supportive. Well, that day was amazing. Like, it just was such a high to be at the tip of the proverbial iceberg, right? I got on the plane to go back the next day to fly from Boston back to Nashville, where I live. And on the plane, I have something called Meniere's disease, where I have vertigo and motion sickness. It's a whole thing. But I got sick on the plane, and I ended up having a panic attack. Like, on the plane, through the airport, like, to my car. And it was terrible. And I remember sitting there thinking, it's real weird when I don't know how other people have panic attacks, but when I have them, I have kind of two voices in my head. I have the voice that's freaking out, and I have this other rational voice that's like, there's nothing wrong with you. Why are you upset? Calm down. But this voice over here was going, yesterday you made a huge stink on social media about how awesome it was to be at the tip of the iceberg. Because that's what we share. What we share online is the best version of ourselves. It's the tip of the iceberg, right? And I went, you know what? Like, this is silly. People need to understand, especially for me. Like, for me, I do a lot of mentoring with girls in college and, women in business programs and things like that. And like, I don't want them to see just the purest, best version of me and be like down on themselves because they're not there and they don't understand. So it was really surreal. I took a picture of myself having a panic attack. And a couple days later, I posted the 2 photos, me on stage at HubSpot's Inbound and then me having a panic attack. And I did this whole post about how there's a lot more under that, that iceberg. And like, there's so much that goes into those highest moments of achievement and success. And it can be hard and there's a struggle and there's all these things. And I was like, if I'm going to be real and I want to set that example, it's not just the tip, like it's the whole rest of it. And so there were a lot of people that, posted about, I get panic attacks too, and I have anxiety, and thank you for sharing. And like, I didn't do it to be noble. I did it because it's real. And I think that's what you're kind of hinting at, Mike, is like, as business owners, especially, we start to get into this thing where it's like, we kind of feel alone, and we kind of feel like the only thing we should be talking about or showing one another is those highest moments of success. But then we're all alone and sad and anxietal and upset. It's like, no, just like, let's all share and realize that like we can grow bigger, faster if we're real about it,
Yeah, I mean, that's good you said that, because I know actually somebody hit me up in my inbox the other day and is like, why are you doing all these interviews and these Facebook Lives? And they said, are you trying to be a guru or something? And I was like, no, I'm not trying to be a guru. If you look at my group, I mean, I like pretty much, I'm telling you that 0 clients to, thousands of clients. That's my goal. So really, I'm going, from $0 to, thousands of dollars. So, I mean, I just want people, to pretty much, I just want to document my journey, because I still do work a 9-to-5 job. And I don't have, a paying client right now, because I've had 3 or 4 free trial clients. So, I mean, that's the thing. So, I mean, this is my, I guess my bottom of the iceberg. So, I want to document this, so pretty much, everybody will follow me and, just pretty much, this is how I built my agency from the ground level up. And I have it, documented. And I guess we just read a book in our program or whatever that it's the name of the book is Still Like an Artist. And it pretty much has, it's 2 lines. Like if you draw 2 lines on the page or, a piece of paper, I wish I can't share my screen, so I would actually draw lines. But so if you draw 2 lines, people, you look at that and you say, how many lines are there? And most people will say 2 lines, but really it's not just 2. You see 2 lines, but then there's a space in the middle of those 2 lines. So it's the space that is actually, that important that, because you have, I guess, the bottom level and then you have the top level, but then you have the space in between. It's like what you do with that space. I mean, it's kind of like your life. I mean, you're born and you're dead. So, I mean, it's like, what are you doing in between? The time that, you're born and that you're dead. It's the time in between that really matters, and not the fact. Because, I mean, once you're born, I mean, you can do stuff. I mean, but I mean, you're a little baby and you got to learn, you got to do all that. But once you're dead, that's it, So, I mean, it's up until, it's that space in between, when you're born and when you're just in, I guess the iceberg effect, you can take it, I guess different ways and different, you can spin it all kind of ways and stuff like that. But that's pretty interesting that you touched on that. So. And
again, I think that you just got to keep bringing it up. We got to keep telling people, you got to keep talking about it, because otherwise it just, otherwise people just glance at social media and they go, oh, wow, well, that person has a really great life and I don't. And it makes you feel like you can't get there, but like 4.5 years ago, I was on unemployment, and now I'm like, okay. And I'm very open, but like, I should be crossing over the $500,000 mark with sales, and so it's like, when I say shit, like by the end of the year, like that's what we're on track to do. So it's like, 4.5 years, you go from unemployment to $500,000, like you can do that, but you're going to work your ass off for it. Like, you know, and like it's going to be hard. It's going to be rocky. There's a whole lot of stuff between those two lines, you know, but you can do it if you really dedicate yourself to it.
Yeah, that's true. And I got one more question for you. Well, actually two more, but this is, so if you were going to start over, how would you start over? I know you told us a little bit about how you began and all that stuff. If you were to start over right now, I mean, what would you do knowing what you know now?
You are very perceptive. Okay, so it's really funny that you're asking this question because this is what we've been working on internally for the past 3 months. So what I've decided literally last month, what month is it? November?
Yeah, it's November.
Flying with the holidays.
The joys of being an entrepreneur, you don't even need to know the months anymore. So.
Ever. People are like, the other day I was complaining to my boyfriend. I'm like, why didn't the mail come today? And he's like, it's a holiday. It's Veterans Day. And I was like, what? Oh, there's holidays. I forgot that there are holidays. I like all of the days are the same. Anyway, it's November. Thank you, comment from viewer. So anyway, last month we were having this conversation and we were kind of getting to the point with the scalability of my business where like, I want to go from, you're talking about lines, right? Unemployment, let's say $500,000. What all of my mentors have told me is that the sort of next level up is $1 million. So they're like, it's really challenging from 0 to 500,000. There is a little bit of a challenge, but not as much between 500 and $1 million. And then the next line up from there, I think they said is like 3 million or something like that, because it's just scalability and operational function. So I really want to get to $1 million. And so we were talking about if I were to, exactly what you just said, if I were to start the company now, knowing what I know, would I start the same company? My answer is no. But my reason is because what I did is what I think a lot of people do. They just sort of start taking all the business they can take. Like I told you earlier, right? Can I clean your toilet while I'm there? And what I've done is I've built myself into an agency where we've got 35 or 40 clients and none of them are in the same industry. Two of them are in the same industry. Everybody else is totally different. And it's really hard to scale that way because you have to know as an agency enough about every single one of those industries to be effective with marketing. And like, we just can't, like, I remember I told you I got to 17 clients and I had to hire help and cut back some because come on, like your brain can't effectively do 17 completely different marketing strategies in different industries. So now, knowing what I know, and this is what we're doing the end of this year, which is why I'm focused on in December, and then into next year, is we are picking one vertical. So we're saying this is the one that I mentioned. You know, we've got a couple of clients that are franchises in disaster restoration, which is really funny because like when you look at me, you're not like, oh, she clearly is an expert on disaster restoration, but we know quite a bit about it. And my client was laughing the other day. He's like, I'm pretty sure I could put you on a job site and you'd be able to close the deal. And I'm like, probably could. But that's what we're going to do. Like, rather than going after all of the possible business, we're going to go, we are the marketing company for this niche industry. And then we're going to scale that. And then once you do that, well, then you can pick another one. And it's hard because when you're first getting started, you just want to take as much business as you can. Money is money. You know, oh, is it green? I'll take it. That sounds great. You know, but then you limit yourself because you can't keep scaling in that kind of environment. So if I was starting again, I wish that I would have really made that decision a little bit more concretely much earlier on.
Yeah, that's interesting that you say that. I know a lot of people say as far as, you know, starting out, because you said you had 17 different, you know, I guess niches, verticals you were going into. And a lot of people say, you know, just go ahead and, you know, start out on a team. But, you know, that's kind of what I'm struggling with now as far as, you know, niching down, because it's like because I mean, I see all these companies that, you know, could benefit from my help, but it seems like the most successful companies are the ones that are actually, you know, I guess, focusing on a specific niche. So, I mean, in a specific niche. So that's interesting that you said, disaster restoration. So all you new agency owners, I mean, those are actually, I actually compiled a list of, I guess, different or untapped niches or whatever in the social media marketing. So I'm going to be probably sending that out soon, a free PDF or whatever. So it's somebody interested in, because I mean, there's a lot of niches that people aren't going after. And I know a lot of people say, well, I know it's a lot of people say, it's hard for, I guess, certain people to, I guess some industries and some companies, it's hard for them to, I guess, see that they need social media marketing. So it's a harder sell. But I mean, the thing is, once you show them that they need it, I'm pretty sure they're going to be, dedicated customers and all that. But let me go ahead and ask the last question now, as far as, I pretty much ask everybody, this is just pretty much, I guess, a laid back question, after a hard interview. We kind of, I guess, started out light, then we're kind of moving down, we're kind of, ending light. So if you have one super
up, and then you have a really intense workout, and then you have like a cool down period. Yeah,
pretty much. I guess you can look at it like that. So so if you were, if you had one superpower, what would that superpower be?
That is not a cool down question, Mike. I want all of the superpowers. What? How have I never considered that question before? I don't really know. I think maybe the power to heal people. That might be like, I don't know. Like that to me, I think is it, because I'm not like a fighter. Like I'm not like, oh yeah, like I want to get super strength so I can go like fight. Like I want to be like, thank you, Rob. Are you laughing at my superpower, Rob? Whatever. I think that like for me, like I always want to, thank you. Great questions. Thank you. I'm glad that's what you're laughing at. I want to be I like helping people. Like when I'm thinking about, we were talking about defining your success earlier, like to me, when I am happiest and most fulfilled, it's when I'm helping other people and just making them, kind of lifting them up. And so I think that like the healing people, I would want to be the one on the team that's like, like the strategist, but then I'm like there to be like, let me help you get better. And then, just loving on people, maybe not the one at the very forefront of the fight.
That's interesting because most people, they related, I guess, somewhat. I guess yours is somewhat the business as well, but that's interesting that you would say, healing people. So actually right now we're going to, what did you say?
What would yours be if you had a superpower?
Well, actually, I'm going to kind of cheat. Now, nobody's really asked me this question before. So actually, I would want a superpower that would, I guess, make other superpowers. So I would want one that, I guess, an infinite amount of superpowers. So, I mean, I want one that, it's not just a single. So, hey, that's a superpower. So
that is okay.
But I guess
that's a cheating superpower. That's like rubbing the jeans lamp and then wishing for infinite wishes.
That's like, actually what I would do. I always said that. It's like if I got a genie, if I found a
bottle, you can't wish for more wishes. Have you not seen Aladdin? You have a daughter. This is genie lamp rubbing 101, Mike.
Hey, that's what I picked. An infinite amount of superpowers, an infinite amount of wishes. So.
All right. Follow the loop. That's cool. I'll give it to you. But yeah, that would be, that's a little sketch, but we'll let you off. So.
All right. So here is the information. I don't know if she wants to put anything else in there, but yet you can reach Anna at, hold on, that's not the one I want to put up. Where is let's see. Yeah, so you can reach her at this website here. And production.
I know Anavia is long and hard. Yeah. My name is Anavia. It's just challenging, but there aren't many of us, so it's a great branding ploy.
Yeah, and she said those are all her handles as well, Anavia. So if you want to reach out to her, I'm sure she has. Well, obviously, you heard her here on the interview. She got a wealth of knowledge, wealth of information. So and if you need any help as far as any business owners or anything need help, because I guess you service people outside of your area too as well, nationally, or do you just stay specifically local?
Oh yeah. We have clients. The bulk of our clientele is in Nashville, just because I'm here, and that's where I started growing the business. But we do have clients outside of Nashville as well. And then what I just launched, Mike, and you actually were there before when this idea was being cultivated. But I just launched that marketing coach on demand program. So basically, it's like a monthly thing where you can do a call, text, or sort of online chat with our marketing experts. And basically, it's like a low monthly fee. We've got a learning community you can join, that kind of thing. But if you need help with marketing, but you're not really sure, kind of what you want to do, you can check that out too.
All right. Well, thanks so much for joining us today here in my group. And we hope you all have a wonderful night, and we will be back sometime soon. All right. You guys have a good one, and you too as well. Thanks. All right. Bye.
Talk about the product. It's probably better if they don't, because your product's going to change, especially when you're in the initial stage of like trying to develop your business and you don't know which direction you're going to go. Just have like your best friend give you a testimonial. Mike, great person, great character. He always delivers. He's always on time. Make sure you work with Mike. You won't regret it.
That's interesting. That's a good idea. Yeah, that's obviously, yeah, a good idea. So it doesn't necessarily have to be about your business. It can be like, I guess they call it a character testimonial, where they pretty much just justify that you are a good person. And, I mean, that's something that's missing, in business. This is, $1 million tip, as far as, what you just gave right there. Because a lot of people are thinking that, in order for me to have a testimonial, I need to have, I need to perform for a business. Well, at least in my space, social media marketing is like, I need to, perform for a business. I need to have some type of results. I need to have ran, a Facebook ad that generated them, $20,000, or, a high ROI or something like that. So, I mean, character testimonial work also. A lot of people sometimes forget about that, or either they just don't know, about that. So, I mean, that's a good point.
Yeah. And, like if you're trying to sell something super high ticket, like 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 K plus, right? Then you really do need like the results-based testimonials, and those testimonials need to be longer. But when you're just first starting out, just grab a bunch of your friends, people that you like. Like I did like health coaching. I had about 17 clients, and I did that for about a year and a half just for fun. It was like a side hustle, right? And when I first started, I had no one to recommend me, but I knew that people liked me because, hopefully I'm cool to hang out with. Well, at least they thought so. And so I just asked my friends, like, guys, I know you guys love me to death. Can you just do like a 20-second testimonial? They did. I got it back, and that's how I got started. And that's the same thing for any software company, any startup. No one has testimonials when they first start out. So you've got to like figure out a way to get those testimonials, and then your testimonials improve to results-based testimonials when you really get going. Yeah,
that's good. That's an excellent point. So you guys have no excuses now. All you guys that are screaming about, I need testimonials to get started. Well, Tracy just gave you an idea of how you can actually get testimonials to get started and to, expand your business. So that's a good point. So hashtag testimonials. I hashtag just friends. You got to think about your friends, family, hashtag friends, family, anybody that you can think of right now, just let them know that, reach out to them, say, I've started doing whatever, so-and-so, and just let them know, I need a video, character testimonial, just vouch for me that I'm a good person, that you know, pretty much like Tracy said, that you're likable, that, they like being around you, somebody, that is honest. I mean, a lot of business owners are looking for that, because right now, just like I said earlier, that a lot of businesses, they're pretty much getting scammed and, I guess bamboozled or whatever. And they're people that, really aren't trustworthy. So they're pretty skeptical. So if somebody gets on there and says that, they're more likely to reach out to you. So that's a good point.
Yeah. Awesome. So I'll go through the last two, because these ones are ones that most people don't really think about. But number 6, so if you're new to this, do it on a sad day, is something that's emotion evoking. Okay, I learned this the hard way, because some of my clients, we had these crazy social media plans where we're basically just posting up like value posts every day, nonstop authority posts, social proof. And it just seemed very, very business-like. But once we started putting in those emotion evoking posts, that's when they started to seem human. And now people don't want to interact with the business. They want to interact with a human, because there's just so many like scammy people out there, and we don't know like who's real, who's legit. Like we're all behind these computer screens or our phones. And so once you can see someone that has a birthday party for their 5-year-old, or they're a human being, they went to the grocery store and they bought the wrong thing, or they made a mistake and they talk about it, or they had this, the vacation where everything fell apart. It just seems very human, and it evokes some type of emotion. Or if that person is like really, really funny and they have this funny side, like most people don't know this, but my favorite type of video to edit is actually comedy. And I've worked with like comedians, and like I just love comedy. And so sometimes like out of randomness, right, I would just post up something that's funny, and then everyone will get a reaction. And I think, Mike, this is how you and I kind of started scheduling this Facebook Live. Was I just did a Facebook Live about me doing pull-ups for fun. And it made people laugh. And so if you can incorporate other aspects of your personality into like your posts, then it's going to make you seem really, really relatable.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good point.
Yeah.
It's like if you can make them smile, if you can make them laugh, you can make them buy. So, that's pretty much it. Because you're pretty much, evoking, like she said, evoking emotions into their, into their being, into the atmosphere, whatever it is, man. You're pretty much getting down deep into emotional. And that's the selling point too. Like if you guys are in any type of, sales or anything, or in a sales meeting, if you can actually figure out why, how you can get that business owner to really dig deep into, whatever their goal is. They have goals for specific reasons, and obviously it's going to be attainable goals and something like that, but there's a specific reason why they want to reach that goal. So you pretty much have to, with your questions, just like Tracy said as well, you need to question and really understand, you have to strategically question, ask questions that are actually pretty much digging deep into their emotional, I guess, realm or whatever. Where, some people say, it may, it may be, I guess, not, appropriate to do that. But I mean, actually, you really want them to figure out why it is. Because a lot of people don't, and a lot of people say, I guess the way society is now, people don't sit back and, just think about different things. So a lot of people just spend time doing things, but they're not really thinking about why they're doing what they're doing. So people are setting goals and they don't understand why they're setting what they're setting. So really, it's not necessarily that you're trying to go in the back door, doing sneaky sales or anything like that. I mean, whether you make the sale or not, you're really actually helping the person out, figure out why they actually want to attain that particular goal that they have. Is it that they want to spend more time with their kids, want to spend more time with their family? They just want to, it's not just, the money aspect of it. It's more than just money. It's deeper than that. It's like they want to travel more, but why do you want to travel more? You want to see more of the world, but why? Why is that? You have, is it just giving you a release from something that you're doing? I mean, there's always a deeper reason. You can always go deeper. So that's, a good point. So thanks for mentioning that as well, Tracy. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So the last type of post that we will do, number 7, is pattern disruption. So be random, be fun, be goofy, and regardless of what your business is, or like what your logo is and your colors and your messaging and whatnot. Throw something out there that totally disrupts the pattern, okay? Because if everything in your timeline looks the same, value, story, interaction, authority, social proof, and it doesn't change, people are going to keep scrolling. We made this mistake earlier this year. We everything that we did was so absolutely branded that people just started seeing it as like one solid wall. And so if you can throw something as a pattern disruption, it really works. I think Colton Crottinger does this really well, where he has his dog and his 2 Comma Club award. And I just remember this photo that just made me laugh. But if you see it, check out his page. But he has this photo of him being homeless, and he's hitchhiking with his dog on the way to Funnel Hacking Live, and it's hilarious. Yeah, you've seen it, right?
Yeah.
It's such a pattern disruption, right? I mean, it is in line with his brand, and it doesn't always have to be in line with the brand, but it's something that's just funny. Get creative, because if you do that, people are going to remember it. I mean, it's been weeks since he posted that, but that was the first thing that came to mind. So it really, really works.
Yeah, that's a good point. So you guys, Tracy just gave you 7 ways to get more engagement on your Facebook page. How can or actually your profiles in general, whatever social media platform you're on, whatever social media platform you are using. She gave you 7 different particular tasks. I have them written down, but just go back if you're tuning in now on the live, or if you tune in, I guess, some kind of way on the replay, just go back and listen to them. I'm not going to rename them. I want you to watch the video. I'm sure she does as well, because there's other points in there that you don't, that you need to watch. And not just so you can consume my content and, all that stuff, but it's just so that, you can actually, it'll help you grow your business, grow your life, and grow actually, friends. Because I've been noticing actually, on social media, ever since I've been more proactive, I've actually engaged with more people, like even with Tracy right now, just as far as, I've actually opened up my brand, because I'm learning that wealth is not just, about money and acquiring money, but it's about acquiring relationships as well too. So social media is not all about just making this, numerous amount of money, but I mean, it's about expanding your relationships and your knowledge as well. That's one reason why, I had Tracy come on here, because obviously she's talking about content and, just getting your content out there, which is helping you guys grow your business as well. And is also helping me to learn, different things. So that's, so I thank you, for coming on and everything like that. And I do want to actually touch on, I know I mentioned this to her, said we have some time. I know she said she has an hour blocked off, so we still got at least about, 6 more minutes. So I wanted to touch on some. Yeah, I wanted to touch on some, actually, I guess, equipment. So I'm going to kind of go over these fast. You can just spit things out, whatever you comes to mind. So what is the actual best camera to use? Because a lot of people don't have a lot of money. Can you just use your phone? I mean, because some people are saying, well, I don't want to go out and get, I guess, a camera that just takes photos. I need a video camera. But a lot of people don't have a lot of money to go out and just buy, I guess, a numerous amount of stuff, especially if they're just starting out. So it's like, if I was to go out and, purchase just the phone, because the phone, obviously, a cell phone, whatever you want to call it, cell phone, pocket phone, portable phone, whatever it is. So, so if you want to take pictures, pretty much if you get a phone, it's going to take pictures, it's going to take videos. What is the best type of phone, or what type of video camera? I mean, just from your experience, what should a newbie go out and do and get if they don't have like a ton of money to get started shooting videos, posting videos, whether sending them to YouTube? And I don't want to go too much in detail about that, as far, because obviously, you want to, I guess some people talk about, I guess the different content that you should put on YouTube. Your video should be different. And, as far as composed to Facebook and Instagram and all that stuff. And even some people are doing stuff on Pinterest now, which I don't know. Can you put videos on Pinterest? I really hadn't looked into that. Or it's just...
I haven't really seen. Yeah, I don't know. I have never seen it. So, yeah, I would have to take a look, but I don't really think so.
Yeah. But, so what type of camera, phone, whatever should a newbie get?
Great question. So I'm going to do no budget, $500, and then as much money as you can afford. So first thing is, obviously, if you don't have a budget, you have a phone. I'm very biased to Samsung. I was an iPhone user for many, many years, but I think of Samsung. I've got the Galaxy S9. I think they have the S10 coming out.
Oh no, I got to get you to reiterate that real quick. I don't want to cut you off, but did you just say you had an iPhone and then you went back to an Android, a Samsung?
Oh, I never went back to an Android. I was always an iPhone user, and then I went to an Android, and my life has improved exponentially.
So yeah, normally everybody's talking about they always go the other way. Once you have an iPhone, you'll never go back to an Android. You don't like Android and all this stuff. So I'm really not a big Apple fan. So I don't know. It's just interesting that you said that. I apologize for cutting you off.
Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. So that's just a personal bias. Nothing against Apple. I've got tons and tons of Apple products. But just your phone, and probably the best app if you want to make videos, is InShot. It's either free or you can pay like a very small amount for it. But just take videos on your phone, whether it's Facebook Live or pre-recorded. Use the app InShot to add in the letter boxes, so the top and bottom, the headlines. And you can do that within about 10 minutes, and then you have a video. So it's really, really nice and easy.
Wow. And you said it's InShot, like IN?
InShot. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah. available on iPhone, Android. I'm sure it's available for all the other phones as well. So that's like if you don't have a budget, okay? You don't need fancy stuff to get started. Just do what you can. And then there are apps that you can download, like Facetune is one of them. I don't use Facetune personally, but I know a lot of people do to kind of like smooth out your skin. You can use the app, Adobe Lightroom has a really good app as well. And what's the other one? There's, let me see. Another really great one is, let's see. Gosh, I'm kind of blanking right now, but one that's really popular, I would say, like, yeah, I'm totally blanking. I have it like on the top of my head. I don't remember the app, but it's another one that's super popular. So basically, like, there's a ton of really good like photography apps and really good video apps that you can just do for free. And if you don't have, if you don't even know how to use those apps, just go on Facebook Live or Instagram Live and start utilizing Live, because that's really going to help you get engagement. So that's the first one. If you do have a little bit of a budget, I'm going to say $500, I would recommend getting a Canon entry-level camera. Okay, so it's going to look like this. I'm going to go grab one of my cameras. Okay. So this is a Canon 6D. This is my photography camera. This is not an entry-level camera, but it's going to look something like this. And the reason why I recommend Canon, any of the Rebel series is good. Probably the most entry-level one you can get is the Canon, I think it's the SLR. I think that's the name of it, but it's like a $500 camera. And the key thing you're looking for when you're looking for entry-level camera is autofocus, because unless you're really good at like focusing the lens, don't worry about it. Just get a good lens with autofocus that has good image quality and good color. And I think Canon does a really good job. I've used like so many different brands, but I think for anyone that's entry level, just get a nice Canon camera, get a lavalier microphone, or I will pull them all out. Get a lavalier microphone to get started, plug it in, and that's really all you need to make videos. And then in terms of like software, if you've got a Mac, you can use, what is it called? iMovie, totally free on a Mac. If you are Windows, you can use something like Camtasia. And don't worry too much about the editing. Just make sure you, when you start, just cut off the beginning and the end, keep the middle, and that's your video.
That's good. That's good. I know as far as but Camtasia is not free, is it? You have to. That's a paid.
Yeah, I think you do have to invest in it. So. Yeah.
What about? I guess what's the? Well, I don't know if I want to go into detail, but what's the difference between Camtasia? Should we use Camtasia or Adobe Cut Pro, or is Adobe Cut Pro more expensive? Is that?
You can also use Adobe Premiere Pro. You can, that is subscription based, so you're going to be paying 20, 30, 40, 50 bucks depending on the plan that you have monthly. And so, you know, Adobe Premiere is just going to be a more, it's basically like a video editor on steroids. So, you know, pretty much all video editors are fairly similar. So I would say, depending on like your skill set or like your skill level, just get started with one, understand the basics of it, and then upgrade to the next one once you get to that next stage.
All right.
But I would say I love Premiere Pro. I use both Premiere Pro and Final Cut Pro, and you know, the Premiere Pro would probably be my favorite for sure.
That's good. That's good to know. Yeah, because I was using Camtasia a while back, but I think it was only like a 2-year subscription or something that we purchased.
Yeah.
And so yeah.
Yeah. Just those like video editing softwares, it's going to take some time investment to kind of learn. So you can always outsource it to like a VA. I think that would be really good if you're just kind of getting started. So yeah, so in terms of like budget, if you have the budget, the camera I use is, let me go grab it. is a Panasonic GH5. And this camera is great because I chose this one for a couple of reasons. One of them is that it does not overheat. So that's huge, okay? It does not overheat.
I never really even thought of that, so.
Yeah, most cameras will overheat, okay? And next one is there is no limit on how long you can record. So if you're doing a training, let's say it's 2 hours, 5 hours, right? If you're doing a webinar, you don't want your camera turning off like most DSLRs will, or a lot of mirrorless cameras will. So this is really nice. And then also, no camera is perfect. I will tell you that. The autofocus on this is not great, so I manually focus, but the image quality is beautiful and it's just super, super reliable. So this is probably going to set you back with lenses probably like $3,000 if you want like a good quality lens to go with it. So, you know, and Sony has great cameras too, and so does Canon. I chose the GH5 just because of the fact that I travel and I just need something super, super reliable. So.
That's good. That's good to know. I never really even thought about, I guess I haven't used the camera enough for it to overheat. So pretty much I've never thought of it. And most of the time I just use my webcam and my phone, I guess, in general. But, that's pretty much it. Also, yeah, I'm getting started. Not professional like Tracy yet. So, don't really, I guess, pretty much, need, I guess, an expensive, that type, a camera yet. So that's a good idea. Thanks for, sharing that tip, because I never really thought about, a camera overheating. Or
yeah.
even so, I guess the battery life. I mean, the battery life, that's pretty good as far as that it'll last for however long. That's always a good point. So.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, I guess the final thing I just wanted to say is I hope you guys can see that with these 7 authority building content posts, and I'll just quickly reiterate them. Number 1, your messaging and storytelling. Number 2, value. 3, interaction. 4, authority. 5, social proof. 6, emotion evoking. And 7, pattern disruption. That you don't need crazy awesome photography and video when you first start. But once you reach a certain point in your business, I don't know any key influencer that doesn't have crazy awesome photography and video. So start off with what you can, because I know several influencers who have basically used this type of content to create multi-6-figure businesses without going to like the nice like branding. But just know that it's a progression. So start off with what you have and progress to something better.
That's good to know. Thanks for sharing those tips. And Tracy, how can people reach out to you if they want to get you to actually, shoot some videos for them or photos for them? I mean, how can people get in touch with you and reach you on Facebook, Instagram, website? How can they reach out to you?
Yeah, so the best place is Facebook. I think kind of I would say I've been definitely much more of like the key ninja behind the scenes. And so I definitely help people establish like their businesses, and probably the best place to find me right now is Facebook, my Facebook personal profile. So Tracy Wong, find me, PM me, let's start interacting, let's be friends.
Yeah, so you guys reach out to Tracy. Obviously, she just dropped some valuable content, some valuable information, some valuable knowledge. The 7 tips that she mentioned can help you grow whatever profile that you are using, whatever social media platform you are on. She can help you grow that. So reach out to her if you have any other questions, any advice that you need to, obtain from her, as far as, getting your content out, separating your content, or just in videos in general. If you just want to ask her, her advice, should I buy this phone, that phone, what am I looking for, as far as, but she did give you those tips as well. So you can watch the video as far as, just 3 different levels, of different cameras, phones that you can buy, and just pretty much any tactic that you need, Tracy has, in the video realm, the photography realm, or whatever. So we thank you guys for tuning in. I thank Tracy for joining us, and reach out to her, as she said, on Facebook. And as always, continue to move, because an object at rest stays at rest. So that's why you want to be in constant motion. So always move, always do something each and every day, progression, try to learn, try to grow, do something. If you're not growing, you're dying. If you're not moving, you're dying. Because I mean, you look at somebody in the coffin, you know, they're pretty much, they're dead in the ground, 6 feet under, you know, whether they've been, you know, cremated or whatever the situation is, they are not moving. So always move, you're alive, continue to grow, continue to learn. So thank you, Tracy, for hopping on, and we will catch you guys later. Have a good one. Actually here with Mercedes Eckhart. Did I say that right, Mercedes?
Eckert.
Yeah. So I want to invite you guys to join in with us today. As you can see on the screen, is getting paid while you shop. And this is something that I actually thought was a myth. I thought it was a legend. You know, I thought it was, you know, just a lot of people were talking about how you could go out and go to these different companies and actually get paid, these different companies, these different businesses, and actually getting paid for buying their stuff. But actually, I found out it is actually a legit business. But obviously, yeah, there's a lot of scams and everything like that online. And Mercedes has actually narrowed all this stuff down. She's compiled it into a course, and she pretty much, you know, actually will show you legit businesses where you can actually go into and you can be a mystery shopper and you can actually get paid to shop. Just, you know, pretty much just to shop. So if you love to shop, then you need to tune into this. And actually, I want to get started as far as how we actually met, how we're rounds, because it was through my wife. Shout out to Mercedes, asked her because, you know, to interview her because she has a very successful business, which she built the business. She is currently still working, which I just found out, as an employee for a particular company, which I obviously won't get into that, but she is still an employee. So she has built a successful business part-time. She has built a successful business. So just to let you guys know, this can be done. So I want her to open up just to give her story, how she got started into mystery shopping and everything like that. So the floor is yours, Betty. Just go ahead and start. You can just give your background, how you got started, and your family life also, because you're a mom, right?
Yeah, I'm a stepmom. So Mike, thank you, first of all, for letting me come on tonight. And yes, we got introduced through your wife, which her and I were in the same business sphere with the same business coach, Nicole Walters. And so that's how we met. And it's been a joy getting to know you all. And as far as it comes to me and my background with entrepreneurship and mystery shopping, number one, I've always been an entrepreneur from the time that I could walk and talk. I was selling something. I was coming up with some business idea that at a young age, I actually would put into practice, right? So I've been an entrepreneur from the time I was, you know, say 10 years old, maybe even younger. Number two, I found out about mystery shopping in 2013. And just like you, Mike, I thought it was a scam. I thought there's no way getting paid to shop sounds too good to be true. But it wasn't, right? So it turned out to be a legitimate type of side gig or a side hustle or whatever you want to call it. And so after getting into mystery shopping several years into that, then I started my own business teaching other people how to mystery shop, because I realized that this was, you know, what I had, the reservations I had about mystery shopping coming in. Hundreds and thousands of people have the same reservations because when you look in the media, there's not a very positive outlook on mystery shopping. If you look up articles, it's always going to be about a scam. And so I wanted to bring this out and bring, you know, shine it up a bit and show people that, hey, this is a gold mine and you need to get in on it. And it's not too good to be true. And so I began this business several years ago while working a 9-to-5 job. You know, they say you've got your 9 to 5, and then as an entrepreneur, you've got your 5 to 9, right? So after you go home from work, you're working on your business. You're putting in your time, your effort. And that's what I did. I put in, it was like my baby. I was putting in everything I could, and I still do, into growing a successful business, into helping change lives. That's what is at the heart of it. So
this question, but you are actually, in some of actually I asked you a couple of questions before we came on, and you said that you're actually shy. So I want people to, I guess, touch on that as well. So are you technically an introvert, or you just feel like you're?
I think I am more outgoing online, my online presence. When you meet me, it just depends on the situation. I could be shy. It just depends where I'm at, what the environment is like. If I'm put on the spot, I'm totally shy. Now give me at church and put me on the spot, I'll be just fine. But in other places, I can be shy. Most of the times, it's when I am in an unfamiliar environment, I might tend to be more shy. But nobody would guess that, because I'm super outgoing, especially online. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. Like, if you put me behind the camera, I can, pretty much talk. But every now and then, I still have to get, somewhat used to and acclimated, to the camera. Sometimes if I haven't been on camera in a while, it takes me a while to get into it, get used to it. But it's even so, some of these interviews and stuff, actually, most of the interviews, I get nervous and everything like that before the interview, which is, pretty interesting. So it's a step out of my comfort zone. So that, that's the thing, just to let you guys know, as far as you're always talking, and some of the guys, the people that I actually went to work with, some of my coworkers, actually not just a former job that I had, but actually a lot of the other jobs I had leading up to the one which I just about 6 months ago. A lot of the employees were actually saying that they they don't have time to start a business, and all that stuff is a myth, kind of like Mercedes was saying in the beginning. But the thing is, you never know, unless you are actually going to try. And then you have to also think about, as far as if you constantly and continuously say you don't have time to do this or time to do that, then obviously you're not going to have time. But the reason why I say that is, you need to step out of your comfort zone. Even though you feel like you may not have time, at least try it and, do it anyway. So that's actually something that I want to touch on as well. As far as trying things, and it's all right. I guess Mercedes has a little cough or whatever, so you guys just bear with us. Excuse us. No big deal. Obviously, sometimes people just cough. They have a lot. Thank you for hopping on, even with the fact that you do have a cough. So that's actually, it says a lot, about being an entrepreneur. Just the fact of you still got to do what you need to do, to get things done. So that doesn't necessarily say, as far as, it doesn't speak about you on entrepreneur. Actually, it does. It speaks more so about your character and the fact that, you're willing to hop on, even though you got situations and stuff going on around you. And even the fact that Be Live, which I don't know, I'm having issues with Be Live every now and then. She cannot see me. So if she's looking around, in space or anything like that, it'll be just to let you know she's, she can't see me on the screen. But so the next question, I guess, how do you manage all this? Now, speaking of the time, it's like, how do you manage this, your business? And because obviously she just said she's a mom and she is still an employee. So, what does time management look like for you?
I'll just be honest. I have not mastered time management when it comes to a lot of things, because I am listen, when you're an entrepreneur, like, that is who you are. Your life's work is summed up into your business. It's summed up into your baby. You can't help but to, put in those extra hours working on your business, right? And so I think time management is actually, it is a big deal, and it is something that you have to be able to do with balancing, your job responsibilities, balancing your home life, balancing your spiritual life, your physical life. And listen, I will just dare to say that most people and most entrepreneurs especially ones just starting out, don't have it all together. And you know what? That's okay. You'll get to that point as long as you make it a priority to learn how to balance everything out. And so that's one of the journeys that I'm still in myself, learning how to walk this thing out and being able to balance everything in a timely manner to where everybody's taken care of in the house, to where I'm taken care of, self-care and all of that. So if you're struggling with that, you're not alone. Just keep working at it.
Good. Yeah. Thing, constantly say, always baby because an object at rest stays at rest. And I actually just heard a quote from Dr. Something came on the radio, and he was saying, if you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. And, just the fact of, just you have to try something. You have to try something because there's really no such thing, as job security anymore. So you always have to have, a side hustle. You have to have multiple streams of income. And I know that's what Nicole Walters talks about is, as far as having multiple streams of income, having, just more than one way that you're getting paid each and every day, each and every week. And I guess let's talk a little bit about, the multiple streams of income. So, how important is that to you and your family as far as, just to you in general?
It's everything. Being able to have multiple income streams means that when one income stream goes away, that you are not falling in the hole, losing your house, losing your car, and living out on the streets. You have to have multiple income streams and have as many as possible. And you want to have passive income streams. I know a lot of people that will, dabble into side hustles, but they're also creating multiple streams of time waste, I guess I would say. They're giving out time here, and they don't master one thing. And the income streams are never actually really legitimate. They're more like hobbies. So I do always encourage people, listen, yes, you want to have multiple income streams, but don't start out with 10 different side hustles, okay? Because you're not going to have success if you work on one income stream at a time. And so that is how I've kind of built my life, is working on one income stream at a time. I have people message me all the time. Hey, Mercedes, you're so good at this. I want you to join my team and sell this product and sell I get messages like that all the time. And what people don't understand is that, listen, I am busy working on this one specific income stream. And so what I have to do is that is a part of the time management. Once I have this to where it's running on its own, then you go to the next income stream. And so I also do think, that is a big topic today, multiple income streams, but I also think it's not being talked about how to actually approach obtaining those multiple income streams. And I just want to encourage people, don't feel bad if you only got two income streams, your job and, your side hustle. Listen, work on it and then add in the next income stream as it makes work on them. But as you do work on them and they become well-rounded and you are making a substantial amount of income from each stream, then you're not going to just rely on one. If one of them falls off for whatever reason, just like your job is an income stream. If your job fires you or, they shut down, you have to be able to say, okay, hey, that sucks, but thank God I've got these other income streams. All right, this frees me up to go grab another one in place of the one that fell back. So hope that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Like she was saying, actually I talked a little bit about this on another interview. It's like if you try to implement, 5 or 6 things at once, more than likely you are actually not going to succeed. Like if you want to have a goal or you want to read more books and then you want to exercise and then you want to spend more time with your family and then you want to, start a business and a job. You just try to implement one thing at one time. Don't try to do too much. And then once you're used to doing that, like I think people said, a habit is made off of something that you have done consecutively for 30 days. So therefore, if you consecutively get up, exercise every morning for 30 days straight, then obviously pretty much you've made a habit. A very, very good point. But now actually let's talk about mystery shopping. So as I said, from the beginning, you kind of pretty much felt the same way as you said, and as I said from the beginning, you felt the same way in the beginning as I did, as far as, you thought it was just, just how do people get paid, online, or how do shopping, going to shop, and you thought it was, a scam and all that stuff. So exactly, I guess just walk us into the details of how you just first found your first mystery shop, and then how did you develop into,
Your phone went out. Excuse me, not your phone, but the audio went out for just a second, but I think I heard what you said. And like I said, I got started in 2013, and I found out about the legitimacy of mystery shopping on a double date with my husband, his best friend, and the girl he was dating at the time. And so through her, I was able to get my foot in the door. And after that, really, it just took off. I mean, when you realize, or when people find out that they can get paid to go grab a steak dinner, when they can get paid to go to the movie theaters, to go to a theme park, to take their kids for ice cream, when people realize, hold on, I'm paying for this stuff. I didn't realize that I actually could make a living off of having fun and going shopping. And when you realize that, it could be life-changing. And that's how it was for me and my family. It was very life-changing because I am the go-getter that I am. And when I heard that I could get paid to shop, you didn't have to tell me anymore. I was on it, okay? And ever since then, it's been amazing. Literally getting paid to shop all over the country at thousands of different stores and restaurants and theme parks and casinos and sporting events. I mean, we've even gotten one of my favorite mystery shops that I've done was being able to take my husband to an NBA championship. It was the playoffs, and we got to go see LeBron James play. We had amazing seats, free food. I mean, come on. Like, it doesn't get any better than that.
Hold on. I got to stop you right there. So I didn't even know about this. So are you telling me that there's actually mystery shops to go to NBA games?
Yes. NBA, NFL, concerts. I got paid, excuse me, to take my daughter. It was her birthday, and she loves Toby Mac, and we got paid to go do that. I mean, she was ecstatic. And so, yes, NBA, NFL, hockey, all of that. You can get paid to go to those games and those concerts.
Yeah, even the concerts, because actually I've been to a Toby Mac concert, and I think maybe I got free tickets, but the tickets were pretty expensive, as far as just, just pretty much like, a typical concert, which, obviously, if you don't have to pay, even if the tickets weren't inexpensive, you don't have to pay for it. And obviously you're saving money, which is an advantage anyway. So what, some people may have stipulations as far as, just thinking, this probably only works in big cities, or things like that. So what if you're small city? Can you actually do mystery shopping as well, or do you have to be in a big city?
So sorry, that would not let me talk. So obviously, when you are in a bigger city, there's more shopping centers, there's more things to do, which it turns out to be more mystery shops. If you are in a small city, that doesn't mean you can't mystery shop. It just means, hey, if you live in the country and the nearest Walmart is 20 minutes away, and the nearest Charlie's is 20 minutes away. There's mystery shops there, but you're going to have to drive, right? So I think, and I've taught a lot of people that live in really small towns, and those are the people that actually sometimes end up making the most money. As long as you're willing to travel to the nearest, wherever all the shopping centers and all the entertainment is, then you can mystery shop. And let's just say you don't even have a car. There have been people that have been disabled that have been able to mystery shop. They don't even have a car. Well, they can sit down in the comfort of their own home and mystery shop over the phone. So personally, I've sat at my kitchen table and made phone calls, and in 1 hour made $100, and I didn't even have to get out of my pajamas. So mystery shopping is worldwide. It is everywhere. Anybody can do it. And like I said, you can do it right from within your home.
That's good. I mean, that's good. So you don't have to leave your home, and you can just make phone calls. That's very interesting. That's amazing that you can do that. So I mean, a lot of people are always talking about, well, I need more money, I need to make more money, and they're trying to go out and actually make, have part-time jobs. I mean, like I was telling Mercedes before I hopped on, actually I had a full-time job and a part-time job. Then at one time I actually had 2 full-time jobs. So I was always, thinking of, other ways to make money. And the ways that I made money were actually outside of the house, which obviously I told her, doing that because I missed a lot of time, with my family. Even working my 9 to 5 job, which really wasn't a 9 to 5, it was more so like a 3:30 to 11:30, or even a 7:30 to 3:30, and then an 11:30 to 7. And then actually I had a weekend shift too. So, which I worked 12 hours on the weekend, which pretty much ate up a ton of my, my weekend hours, where I was working 24 hours on the weekend, which pretty much was about 3 days. So I missed a lot of time with my, my family. So you guys, if you're looking for something to do, and if you're actually looking for, I guess, just other ways to make money, you don't even have to develop this into a business. I mean, Mercedes has actually built a business around mystery shopping, but I mean, you can just actually pick up a few shops. I mean, you can actually, there's on the screen right now, if you look down below, there's actually a link to where you can get access, where she actually has a free webinar to tell you how to get started. I mean, she has done all the groundwork for this. She, obviously, you have to go out and you have to research all these different companies, because obviously, as she said and I said in the beginning, there's a lot of scammers out there. And obviously, there's scams with, everything that you are, that you come into. I mean, crooks and criminals are going to be criminals. They're always going to have, they're always going to try to rip people off, try to steal. And so that's the thing, Mercedes had already done the groundwork. I mean, if you want to spend time doing this, then go ahead. But that's one thing that we cannot get back as far as, it's just time. And she's already spent time looking at these different, be honest with you, I know she knows what she is talking about, because actually I've made money, and actually I had shops. And I made the mistake, I guess, of going live on one of my lives. I actually had to pull it down because my wife said, you can't say the name of the company that you went to. So so I'm not going to get into the companies and stuff. I don't know if you can say, cannot say them, but the thing is, yeah, I've actually made money from actually some of our training, the companies and stuff she has recommended. So just to let you guys know, she knows what she's talking about. You can go, yeah, go ahead. You can go Google it. You can go search on it. But that's the thing. I mean, you're going to have to put your information on there. You're going to have to put your, I think some of them you have to give your address and stuff. Obviously, you got to sign up and do different things with different, I guess, vendors who has mystery shops and all that stuff. Actually, let's go into that. Can you tell us a little bit about why do companies want to mystery shop? I mean, what's the purpose of a company actually having a customer come in and buy something, and then they reimburse the person, and pretty much giving them free goods? What is the purpose of company doing?
Yeah, so the purpose of mystery shopping is just market research. So these companies, every company, if you're a business owner, perhaps you may want some mystery shoppers in your business. But what it is to make sure that the business is running smoothly, that everything is following the lay of the land and how it's supposed to be according to, the business, I guess, not the business laws, but how the business has set it forth in their operations and in their bylaws and stuff like that. And so with mystery shopping, these big industries, just any industry you can think of, it's being mystery shopped. And so they use the information from mystery shoppers to be able to gauge what's going on. Because let's just looking at this from a business person standpoint, if I've got 100 stores, and I've got managers, I've got regional managers, all of that. Okay, that's cool. But how do I know what it looks like from a consumer's perspective? Are the consumers getting the feel that I want them to get when they walk into my place of business? So the way to do that is to bring in people outside of your employees, outside of anybody in that industry, and bring them in and say, okay, what was going on when you walked in the doors? How did this make you feel? Was this clean? And so these are things that mystery shoppers are looking for. And that feedback really helps these industries and even the government. Even the government uses mystery shoppers to make sure that our laws here in America are being followed by multiple different industries.
That's interesting. I did not know that the government actually had mystery shops. So how, I guess, I don't know if you want to get into the specifics. It's probably all in the class. I mean, if it is, just say, go watch the class, go watch the training. But I mean, how did you find, I guess, different companies? How did you find these companies? How much research did it take? I want people to see exactly if they want to go do this on their own. I mean, how hard is it? Or is it, is it just pretty easy?
You know what? I'd like to say it's super easy as far as in teaching yourself, but I'm going to tell you right now, it took me 6 months to learn the basics and another year to 2 years to know what I know now. And every year I'm learning something new. This industry is constantly updating and having, regulations and things. And so when you join my webinar, I'll kind of take you more through that process. And in the beginner's mystery shopping class that I offer you, all of that knowledge that took so long of research and all of that, I compile that down and I get you started in 45 minutes. And you literally, as soon as we are done chatting, you can go start mystery shopping. And so you kind of cut out all of that extra work and you can get started the same day within the same hour that you talk to me. And so that's just the beauty of iShop, which is the name of my company. The beauty of iShop is it gets people on their way to an instant income stream within 45 minutes.
And then let me ask you this, as far as your, you don't have to answer this question if you don't want to. I don't know if you want to get into the numbers or not, but I mean, what is the most that you've ever made from just one mystery shop?
$300.
Wow.
In 30 minutes.
Next question, how long did it? And then I know that they actually have paperwork that you have to fill out. So as far as that $300 in 30 minutes, how much did you have to fill out, like as far as the paperwork and, just once you went to the shop? Obviously, you have to come back and you have to fill out stuff, online paperwork and all that stuff. You have to report to the company and let them, know what actually went on. So, I mean, how long did it take you to fill out
the 30 minutes included the shop and my feedback. So it was pretty cool.
$100. Yeah, so you made $300 in 30 minutes. So that's pretty good. I don't know how many of you guys out there actually make that type of money per hour. So I mean, really per hour, that would be $600 per hour. So that's pretty interesting. And so what are the ranges of the shops? I mean, can you get into the specifics as far as, I know you said they have them in like every industry, but I mean, for the typical ones that most people go to, can you say that online, or can you not mention that? I don't know.
What I do is I go through all of this in my class. So when you join I think you said you have the webinar link posted. When you hop on the webinar, I will take you through my story, if you're watching this right now, and all of the juice, I like to call it. And if you feel like it's a good fit, that you want to give mystery shopping a try, then we will hop on a 45-minute class where I will go through everything. But just in short, to answer your question, Mike, somebody that's looking into this asking, okay, how much money can I make at this? I would say at minimum, if you kind of want to break it down without me going into a 30-minute spiel, at minimum, you're going to be making $15 an hour. And that's at minimum. I mean, that's on the low end. That's like nobody even does that low. But I always want to be, upfront and honest, because everybody's different, everybody's work ethic, everybody's schedule. So some people might have more time to shop. Some people don't. It just depends. And it also depends on, the knowledge and experience you have. But like I said, when we chat for about 45 minutes in my class, you will know everything you need to know and will be able to start getting your first mystery shop.
And then I know my wife, my wife was the one who introduced me to Mercedes and everything. And actually my wife has made money as well. So that's, another thing, like as far as, if you have a husband and a wife that actually want to get into it, because I mean, most people think, shopping's just for women and all that stuff. But you do have guys that are actually in your course as well, or actually husband and wife teams, or you have men that actually shop as well. Because, well, obviously, yeah, I shop. So you have other men that actually do that as well, too, right?
We do, but we need more men. Shopping appeals to women more so than men, but the industry definitely needs men. Mike, my phone's got 4%. Let me hop and get my charger while you get ready for the next question. Just a second.
All right, that's good. So as you can see, you guys, everything is pretty much already laid out for you. She already has a course. She's already actually did the research. She's done the information on these, these mystery shops. So, and then as you said, it's not necessarily just for women only. She's actually saying that she needs more men, and she needs more men. Yeah, she just needs more men to actually go out and do more shops and everything like that. And I don't know if you want to figure out the specifics in different companies and everything like that, just sign up for the class. I mean, it doesn't cost you anything to take a class. The only thing it's going to cost you is time, which is valuable time if you're going to make money, because it's actually turning time into money. So if you're actually going to change your time, if you're actually going to, I guess, trade your time, then obviously you need to trade your time doing something valuable instead of sitting watching TV, watching a game, watching, a movie, watching Netflix, something like that. Why don't you sit and watch this for, she just said 45 minutes. So if you have 45 minutes, which I know you do, actually you can just take this, and they can go on their phones and all that stuff too, like while they're cooking or something, they can watch it. Eating. Well, I try not to have phones at the table while we're eating, but if you guys do that, if you have your phones out anyway, at least play it where your wife or your kids can actually learn how to money. And actually, that's something else I want to ask too, as far as what's the age limit for shoppers?
So
the minimum age.
You have to be 18. 18, you can mystery shop.
All right. And then let me go ahead and ask this last question. I know we kind of went on specifics and details today for, this interview. Sometimes, I'm on the mindset and all that stuff, but I always end with this question as far as if you were to have superpower, what would it be and why?
That's a good one. That makes me think of one of my favorite superheroes, but I don't know if I'd want her power. You know what? I probably would want to, what do they call it? Like shapeshift and be other people. I think that'd be pretty neat.
So go ahead.
Somebody on the X-Men, I think, can shapeshift, and I can't think of who it is. I can't think.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, it's a lady, right? Isn't it a lady?
Yeah, it is. I cannot think of her name.
Is it Miss P?
That doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, so if you guys actually her class, just go ahead and check it out. It's right here on the screen below. And else they can reach out to you, Mercedes, or should they just reach out to you through the class, or can they reach out to you on your personal page, on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter? Where are you at? What are your handles?
I am on all major platforms, social media platforms, and anybody can find me at the handle at Mercedes Eckert. Sorry, guys. And then you can register for our webinar. Our next webinar is October 22nd. Be there. It's a Tuesday night at 8 p.m. It's a free webinar. You can hop on, like Mike said, listen to it while you're cooking dinner, while you're relaxing. So you can listen to it while you're, whatever you're doing, turn it on. Give me a few minutes of your time and let's see if mystery shopping is a good fit for you. And I would just dare say that if you are looking for an income stream, whether to pay off debt, to save up for a big vacation or a new house or a new car, or perhaps you are starting a business and you need capital. This is a great way to fund a business. This income stream, I believe everybody should do, because you know, if you're watching this right now, have you went out to eat in the last 30 days? Have you had your car oil changed in the last 30 days? Have you had to go grocery shopping? Did you go to the movies? If you said yes to any of those things, then you should be a mystery shopper, because instead of spending your hard-earned dollars on these things that we're doing every week, you can be getting paid to do them instead. So hop on and register for our webinar on October 22nd at 8 p.m. And I look forward to seeing you there.
And thanks, Mercedes. Thank you for holding on. Like she said, we're already doing these things anyway. So, Mercedes, we hope you feel better. Take care of that cough and everything like that. So, guys, on the next one. Until then, continuously, always, constantly be moving. Always do something. That's why I bring these guys on, just to let you know you can do this while you're actually working full time. You can do this whether you're in, you can do this. So thank you guys so much for tuning in and hopping on. And thank you again, Mercedes. And we will see you guys on the next one. Bye.
Bye.
Joy Morgan. So she is actually a writer, she's a producer, and she actually has, I don't know how many side hustles. We can get into that as we go through the interview. And then she also is the mother, she's also a wife, and she's a mother of two boys. I don't know how old they are, but she can talk about that a little bit. So I want to thank her for joining me today. And actually what we're going to talk about today is, just how she got started in being an entrepreneur, and how she feels that everybody needs to have a side hustle, and just as the importance of work-life balance, because obviously when you're building a business, it pretty much any entrepreneur, even just being an employee in general, you can always get your life out of whack and out of focus. So she's going to talk about some of the things that she has implemented to actually give her the work-life balance. So thank you, Kimberly, Joy. The floor is yours. And actually, I'm getting ready to drop out, so you may not be able to see me, but you'll still be on. So
okay. All right. So I started as in college with a degree in drama, communication, performance. Wanted to go into acting. My dad gave me the best advice ever. He said, go work for a corporation for a couple of years and then go into your arts. Let's be a smart artist. And so I worked for a company called Ernst & Young as a management consultant for about 2.5 years. And while it was great experience, I did not enjoy being in corporate America. I've actually taken some tests, and it states that I probably should be an entrepreneur because of the way in which where I fall as far as my ability to lead and to do what I do. So I'm glad that I took a step out and started acting. And one of the things that I did the most was really working in the theater. And I did film and commercial work for a while. And then I had my child, and my oldest, who is now 13. And I realized that the theater life was not for me. That being an entrepreneur in the arts is completely different than coming out and starting your own business in some ways, but you're still marketing yourself. You're still having to go out on auditions. At that time, we didn't have social media. So it was a lot of resume drops and, agents and all of that. But I realized that the theater life wasn't really what I wanted to do full time with kids, because it didn't afford me the opportunity to really raise him. So I had kind of a nanny and an auntie that I call now, and she would come to the theater and she would feed him and do all that. And I'd see him for a few minutes, and I realized this wasn't the life that I wanted to live. So I got out and I didn't know if I wanted to go back to corporate America, but with a child, I was like, I want to stay home. I want to have flexibility. And group fitness instructing, and she gave me flexible schedule, but there really wasn't any, in a sense, money in that, and it was a lot of work. And so I decided to retool and go back to school to get certified as a health coach and a life coach. And that's really when my business took off. It was when I started having really understanding my passion and my purpose and what I wanted to do and how I wanted to help people. And it became, not in a sense easy, it's very hard. So that's kind of in a nutshell how I went from corporate America into more of a, what we call entrepreneur lifestyle. Uh-oh, I can't hear you, Mike. You came back and I don't hear you.
Actually, I put myself on mute, so
Okay.
that's my fault. So actually, as far as your transition, what type of, I guess, issues and problems did you run into? Because obviously, it's not really easy to start a business. So in the beginning, I mean, what type of things did you implement as far as just, I guess, just finances and time? I mean, did you have a schedule? I mean, how does that work out?
You mean as far as, I'm trying to clarification question, when I left corporate America and went into acting as an entrepreneur, or when I decided to start the business that I currently have?
When you actually left corporate America.
Okay. Yeah, that I wish I had been smarter. I was like in my late 20s, or actually mid 20s, when I left corporate America. I was making close to $100,000 a year as a management consultant. My husband and I, we really didn't have what I would say a plan, which is stupid, but it was what it was. And that I knew that he made enough. And we always, this one thing I will tell people, and everybody's household is different, but we always worked where we relied on my husband's, and we still to this day, we never buy a home more than what he can afford. We never buy a car more than what his salary will afford. So what happens is if I need to come out or step out, do something more with the family, what I make is a bonus to the family. So had hindsight being 2020, I would have taken about a year and a half, because I made the decision about a year and a half into working for the company. So it was about another year before I actually left. I would have taken the time to truly, truly, truly save that entire year's salary and then go into what I was doing. But we were young and dumb. We were like, okay, we can do it. We haven't, you can just, and we didn't save the way we needed to. But that was a rude awakening. But what it does is when you're broke, you're hungry. So I wasn't broke in the sense of we weren't worried about where our food was coming from. We weren't worried about any of those things. But what we were concerned about was, like my extra spending change, the things like that I had to, that I wanted to use. So for me, I started really hustling as an actor. So I was like, I can't rely on, a paycheck coming in every 2 weeks. So when you're broke, you're hungry, you go and you do some of the things that maybe you wouldn't do if you were comfortable. So I, got agents. I had in Arizona, you're allowed to have more than one agent. So I had a couple agents. I was doing independent films, and then we moved to Minneapolis, which was like pay dirt for an actor because it's number 2 behind New York. So that's when I started going out on multiple auditions, getting multiple agents again, doing commercial work, and so it made me hungry to do what I wanted to do. So that was the initial transition. And then as I started realizing, and I was people were now calling me, I was getting work, I was requested, it became easier. So that was kind of my transition. So I say, if anyone can save and do what you need to do, but if you don't, understand that being broke makes you hungry and you go after what you want.
Yeah, that's true. I know a lot of people actually talk about, as far as just putting themselves in uncomfortable situations, because obviously, sometimes people don't want to leave their job because it's good. They get the paycheck every week. They have, health insurance benefits and
exactly.
All that. And, sometimes you need to put yourself, in an uncomfortable situation where, you actually have to, perform. But, obviously, yeah, you still have bills, and especially if you have other responsibilities like, a family and kids.
Correct.
Stuff. So you really just can't drop it and quit. But actually, I want to touch on something else as well, where you actually said you took tests. So what type of tests did you take that actually indicated that you should be entrepreneur?
What was the test called? There was one, it's not the Myers-Briggs, and I'm sitting here, I'm trying to remember and what I can do if it doesn't come to my brain right now. There was one that the Harrison report, that's what it's called. That's the Harrison report. And so, I mean, literally most CEOs and entrepreneurs score about 89% in a particular category on this Harrison evaluation. I was 98%. So the coach who took that, she was just like, you don't ever need to work for anybody else. She was just like, you're frozen. Okay. So, yeah.
Yeah, so actually it froze up a little bit. So basically, do you think that, I guess, just a regular employee or just a regular person actually needs to take a test to be an entrepreneur? Do you think that entrepreneurship is in everybody or anybody? Do you think anybody can be an entrepreneur?
I think that everyone has a passion and a place in which they thrive and that they can push themselves and they have skills that they can give. But I honestly don't know if an entrepreneur life is for every person, but I do believe that everyone has something that they're supposed to give and do. It is a very difficult life. People think, oh, you got your own schedule, you can, you're your own boss, you do this, but you have to be very, 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 very disciplined. You also have to be a visionary and you have to know how to execute. And that can be frustrating. So people don't actually have that skill set, and that's okay because a cheetah isn't a fish and a fish isn't a cheetah, and that. So
what would you recommend for somebody that actually wanted to get started? I mean, just having a side hustle. Let's say they're not really, fully wanting to become an entrepreneur, but, they kind of want to have, something on the side, like instead of going to get a part-time job, because I know a lot of people, you think, they have their, their full-time job and then they want to make extra money and they get a part-time job. So, I mean, first off, what is a side hustle and how can somebody start one if they're still an employee?
Okay, well, there are lots of different ways. If you are a person who really is great at photography, right? You don't have to make that your full-time job. In fact, sometimes I tell people it's more intriguing when something is your part-time thing because you enjoy it more and you're not putting all your eggs in that particular basket. So photography is your thing. Start saying, hey, on the weekends and at night, maybe doing, one client or one person a night and maybe book 3 people on a weekend. That's a side hustle, right? Or if you are, someone who enjoys making something and selling it, you can do that as well. And you can look at vending events and if you're a baker or you're a jewelry maker or whatever, those are the things that you can see as far as arts. Or even if you're an actress and you're like, I don't want to quit my full-time job, but I want to do some, commercial work. So you have to make sure you have a flexible job that will allow you to go to auditions or things like that. The other thing is that sometimes people they have a bad taste in their mouth when they hear multi-level marketing. But I will tell people that if you find the right business that you really love a product, then that is a way to start a business and see if it's see if actually business is for you, because you have to implement all the skills in whatever that area is to see. And if you're good at it and you're able to, talk to people and show them the value of that product, it, makes a difference.
Yeah, that makes sense. So let me apologize to you guys if you hear noise in the background. I'm actually outside and I am close to actually an ice skating rink. So I think they actually have the ice machine actually where they smooth the ice and all that stuff. So I think they just turned that on, which I don't know why, because there's nobody over there on the park. So I thought I picked a nice quiet location, and Kimberly told me she had actually she can hear wind and stuff in the background too. So just excuse me for the noise real quick. And but actually let's also talk about, I know that you said you would do things differently. So if you when you first got started, so if you were to do things differently, I know you touched on a little bit as far as, you talked about saving, you would have saved a little more money and everything like that. So I mean, I guess just if you were to go back and start over, what type of things would you implement? Would you start a different business with? I mean, what would you do if you had to start all over?
Well, I mean, I think part of it is just in learning, and the when I started doing things, we didn't have the internet like people do now. I think starting a business now is the easiest time because there are people teaching courses on anything and everything that you want to do. If you want to be a speaker, you have courses on how to, become a speaker and book jobs. If you want to be a writer, there are courses on that. If you want, like, whatever you want to do, you can find it. But at that time, there really wasn't. It was like you really had to either have a full-time mentor. And I think that's one of the things that I would have looked for is someone who, but I have to say, I really do give myself credit. I always did have mentors in different areas of my life, but I never had like a business mentor or someone who was going where I wanted to go, because we didn't have the visibility like we do now, where you see someone on social media or you, like that, where you understand what people are doing with their lives, because we didn't live like that, right? Like I'm talking about 1999, 2000, 2005. This wasn't a thing that we're doing like we are right now. And so I don't really know if there's anything else that I could have done besides save money and have more of a cushion to be able to do that, and to maybe find some more resources. And the other thing I would say I would have done more is read more in the area that I wanted to go into business wise. But at the time, as an artist, I was reading, I was investing in classes for my art and for my craft, but it wasn't necessarily in a business sense. So that came later in life, in investing in things like B School and other courses that helped me to grow along the way in what I'm doing now currently.
And then I know a lot of you guys may be thinking, she said, get a mentor, and there's like, well,